Hello, 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 everybody. How is everybody doing out there? This is day 5 of the Creative Quarantine. Hello, my name is Larry Poncho Brown, and I am the co-host and the co-founder of Creative Quarantine. We are really, oh, look, we got somebody in the house. We're going to look, I'm going to bring her in early while she's cheering in front of the screen here. What's up, Louise? You're muted. You are muted, my dear.
I forgot I had my little feather on.
Oh, she got a feather and she's got an indigo scarf on, but guess what? You're the only one with an indigo scarf
There
on.
you go.
We got Kabibi
Oh, wait,
Ajanku
we
in
gotta do
the house
it at the same
today.
time. Going to the left.
Yeah, I got to wear mine kind of dudes.
I know you got. Okay, get your dude on. Get your dude thing.
My dude kind of like ascot, like a little knot.
Girl.
The take me with you knot. There you go.
Got some Kabibi Ajanku.
Kabibi Ajanku in the house. She makes these by hand. We know so many artsy people, don't we?
Right. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And this is absolutely gorgeous. All right. We've got some people on saying hello. Oh, look at Kabibi.
Yeah, I knew she'd be grinning. This is a commercial for Kabibi Ajanku. If you want one of these scarves, hit me up. I'll tell you where to come. They are awesome. She made these by hand. African indigo dyeing techniques.
Right. They are beautiful.
I wear it like Snoopy now.
They are beautiful. I love it. Oh, there's Kevin. Hello, Kevin. How are you?
We got a lot of fans. People have been really tuning in. It's been nice to see folks that really enjoying what we're doing here. We're going to be on for 30 days. 30 days. The quarantine runs from the 1st of January to the 31st of January. It's artists creating for that period of time together. We would normally be doing this in one location, but because of COVID and the restrictions and social distancing guidelines, we are all doing it from our studios.
Gallery.
And trying to share our information, because the other way around, we would have simply been locked in and we would have been sharing information amongst each other. But now, because of this environment, we will be broadcasting you, and some of these artists have never broadcasted before, so it's a fresh little thing. We are trying to keep artists engaged and share information and let other artists hear the story of our creativity, where it comes from, how it's utilized. And so far we've had a very, very good following, and we're going to continue to bring this to you every day.
Every day. It's good to see Craig. You see Craig? Hey, Craig.
What's up, Craig? How you doing, Craig?
Oh, everybody's chiming in. Hello. Hi, Carla.
What's up, Carla Jones? She's been one of our, was she the one that won the painting the other day?
Yeah, Carla won the painting.
Wow. I might have to put it, we might have to sweeten the pot.
Natasha, hey, y'all. Hey, everyone. It's so nice to have everybody chiming in. This is exciting. See, this is what makes it gets exciting for us guys. So,
well, we're going to get ready to get underway. I know you guys came here to see some art and to see what's happening. So without further ado, we're going to add some things to the stream, and here we go. So we're on day, what? I forget what day we're on. It'll come back to me. I don't want to think about it right now. 31 days is a long time, so I'm not going to think about it. So what I'm working on right now is I'm doing some what I consider warm-up pieces. So I've been doing a little bit of assembly line and then some papers and, trying to get those ready for preparation for me to do other stages of pieces, trying to get enough pieces that are in different stages. So when I start the quarantine, I start off with just kind of pulling out things that I haven't finished in a long time, might be 25, 30% completion. I make sure I complete it, get it out the way. It's kind of how I cleanse my plate. And then when I ease into the quarantine, my goal is to try to get enough pieces in production. I use that word lightly, so that I can have something that will stimulate me. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not going to sit down and needle on one piece. That's when I'm doing my normal paint life, but not when I'm doing quarantine. Quarantine is one of those things where I'm trying to force myself to think um, out of my reservoir. And then, another thing that's important to me too is that, see, some artists use resources like internet, use, we have a mass amount of imagery available to us now on the internet. So resources you can get like that. I like and don't like that at the same time. So when I'm doing quarantine pieces, I usually try to do all of my pieces from just imagination, no resources. And that's important because to me, if you're just repeating a photograph, then what are you doing? I mean, you're not adding, you're not, of course, you're adding technique and nuance to it, but it's not. I think we can all do better with how we come up with our sources. And so that's where I am. So right now I'm like just cruising through day 5, day 4, and day 5, and just trying to get a few things out the way. I'm gonna do a little show and tell so you can see what I've been working on and get a good feel for. Maybe I can do the show and tell now. So maybe I'll just do that now from here so you can see it. Try something a little different today. Sometimes I'll work into a piece and I see a figure in it like right away. Other times I keep on plugging at it, plugging at it, plugging at it until I see something in it that pops out. Be a multitude of ways. I just try not to get stuck over analyzing the piece. It's easy to do that where you get so caught up in it that you just can't see yourself through it. In this case, I'm not really so concerned about proportions, but I do see that I saw that figure kind of hiding when I first started it. And now I'm just trying to bring her out a little bit more. And right now I'm using, I really love using black gesso as a paint because it's dead flat. You can do great washes with it. It's black gesso is so dominant that you really gotta have respect for it because it's dense. And if you overuse it, it can definitely shut down a piece. So in this case, I'm seeing kind of a face in here. And then one side of me is like, well, you don't want to just make her be something. You want to pull her out, or it's kind of what I saw in her right in there, kind of like that. I want her to be kind of understated, but there. And blocked in. As you can see, I'm keeping her real. I'm actually using this as a wash. It's black just so as a wash to get her form in there first. And then I'm going to go for just the right amount of details. And then I'm going to back out. Because I don't want
No, my problem is I try to get so realistic. I mean, not realistic. I work so tight that trying to work loose becomes a problem for me. So my goal is to try to meet somewhere in the middle. Like right now, she's pretty much there. She's carved out. I want to make sure I don't overdo that. So you'll see me doing some blending to kind of make sure she's got a line, but not too much. And then sometimes I'll back off and okay, got enough of that. Start working in some other color. In this case, that was something I blended, so get some of this out. And sometimes the colors are kind to you and they flow. And sometimes you got to keep working. So my goal here is to, number one, not cover up all of the detail I did with the backdrop. Those black areas that you see cracked, those that show through, become very, very important areas. Like this area right between her leg. I can pop that just a little bit just to give it a little line and give her some shape and some form. Yeah, be careful with that. Sometimes I have too much water in my brush. This is a dry brushing effect, so I forgot about the camera, so some of y'all miss what I'm doing. You know, artists are not used to this quarantine. We've been trying to make sure you guys can at least see us doing what we do, but so in this case, I'm just going to just plot out just enough to keep her shape. And like that area right there, I'm seeing that being like really light blue. Let's see, so I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna take some of that with some two types of white here. Might do a trick. So I'll do a little bit of. You see my palette. Look at that. Move her over so you can see my palette. Palette for me is just a cheap piece of paper, and in this case, it's not so cheap. It's just white construction paper, black construction paper. Yes, I have a very militant shop. I do a lot of stuff on black. Black is. I don't use a lot of white. I use a lot of everything else. White is probably the color I use the least. But in this case, because I'm trying to do some mixing, and because I'm seeing a little area there that I could probably do a little white just to hit that. And like right up in here, I'm going to block that in and give her a little room around that head, around that nose. Then I'm going to come back around here. So I'm creating I like to create these environments with these. I'm doing this texture, and it's easy to get so deep into it that you don't recognize that you're still creating spaces. So for me, I'm gonna go in there. You're gonna want that to be a little more blue. I'm gonna bring it all the way around here and give that kind of a sky-like feeling. See, I'm not used to narrating as I paint, so this is kind of new. Might be something I might be doing more of in the future. But I'm going to take that same color and start raising some areas on her for detailing. Maybe cut around that neck a little bit. Try to pick up some textures in that area right there. I'm only going for high points. Bring out that breast area a little bit. Maybe a little bit around the rib cage. Yeah, come straight down. So yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. Trying to stay away from it being too hot. Sometimes I can get a little heavy-handed. I want to bring out a few areas in her to keep the eye moving. And then I see another little area right there. Let's see, I'm going to make that real hot right there by her face. Looks like a flower, but it also looks like some sort of a light feature. Sometimes you touch something and it's a little too heavy, but you can always come back with that black and take it back out again. And so I'm not gonna, I'm gonna put just a little bit of detail in her face, but not too much because I'm not trying to over define her. So you can see, after you put a couple of layers of color, let that black show through, you can build an image in an environment without having too much information. You know what I'm saying? Do I have to have trees or I have to have buildings? Does it have to have? Sometimes, maybe not. Right now, she is capturing a particular attitude. And so all I'm going to do is try to continue coming up with a color combination that works. These two colors right here look like contrasting colors, so I don't know if that muddiness is going to help them out, but bring that in here and just let that blue show through. Dry brushing is a old technique that where you really want to try to capture some texture here and there, and you want to let colors show through and play off of each other. And sometimes I'll take colors like that same color I use down here, and I'll just touch a couple spaces with it just to see what it does. Okay, let's see here. Something a little bit related to it. This is a good brush right here for dry brushing. It's kind of crispy, kind of crunchy, but kind of soft too. And I usually just put a little bit on the edge, very tip of the brush. I don't flood the brush. And my hand angle is usually to the side. So sometimes I'll just touch it on the side here and there in different areas, catching high points. And sometimes that can add a little zing, another level of detail, depending on how soft I touch those top points. See, if I let that brush get real dry, it'll start laying color on a lot of the details that were put down when I first did this thing black. So don't want to overdo it, don't want to underdo it, you know. Even though I said I didn't want to do a lot of detail in her face, sometimes you just get called to do something. You just got to kind of explore it. So we're going to see what we can get into on her face. Yes, I do sometimes paint upside down. Gives me a different perspective of what I'm working on. You know, in this case, I'm not trying to paint a real face, so it's kind of stylized. I can get away with doing a few things. I can see that this little area in there with that roots that looks good, looks like some hair stuff. So I might play off of that and build that back into it. Give it a nice little funky texture. It doesn't look like, you know, keeps the eye moving. What I like about Black Gesto is you can go back in an area and close it back up and start all over again. Say if you put some stuff in you didn't like a little white little thing that happened right there, I just go back, knock that out, see how I want to revisit that. Sometimes I'll just do that as a wash and blend it into some other stuff. And I really want to try to get something happening with this. Lips. Again, I'm striving not to put too much information there. I think sometimes too much information is boring. I didn't want her head shape to be too obscure, but it's turning out that way, so it's gonna let it do what it do. It might be a little too hot for me. That white. I don't know if I need to trim some stuff down. I don't know what's happening with that hair yet, but one side of me is saying, leave it alone. Don't overdo it. And then the other side of me is saying, yeah, you need to make it have a little bit more continuity. So I think I'm going to err on the side of continuity and put me some braids in there, some little additions in there that add on to the continuity. Nothing stopping me from creating a couple in the midst of trying to follow what's happening with this pattern. And sometimes you just got to feel it out and play with it. And so I'm not prudish and I'm not traditional. Some artists, if you're not mixing or coloring, and so you're not a real artist. If you're using acrylic, And now oils, you're not a real artist if you don't use hand stretched canvases. Then you're not a real artist. You know, we got all these biases out here from the elite folks of what we should and should not do. And I really believe that at some point you got to find what works for you. You know, this whole aesthetic of what is and what ain't is not real, and it's not the same for everybody. You got to be happy in your skin, but you also got to be happy in the way you work and the materials you choose to work in. You know, and I think I use my mediums pretty good. Been doing it for a long time. I've practiced them and played with them, and if it was one pure idea, then why at the art supply store do they have everything there? Everything. That's what I'm talking about. If it was just a oil world, then why would they would have nothing but oils on the shelf, right? You know who you are. You know who you are out there. Be starting that stuff. Anyway, I am trying not to put too much information here, but as you can see, every little thing I add to it, it creates another space. So I think I'm going to stop there while I can before I get too crazy in there. Tighten up some of my other areas. Yes, I am a paint waster. I squeeze out way more than I need. I've always been that way. I just stopped getting mad about it. I got some palettes that's got some serious buildup on them. And that's why I squeeze out more than I need. She's got a different head shape, but who says she's got to be one thing? Who said that? It's just like, how women are defined by, they have these different characteristics that they're supposed to be defined by, most of which are European. And we take that even down to when we paint. So she's got to be this, she's got to be that. And you'll find yourself doing that stuff. You go, where am I getting this from? Okay, so we're going to try something new. This is show and tell. Show and tell. It's going to be me showing you the pieces that I worked on so far. This is piece number 1. This piece right here is entitled Oju, which is a Yoruba word that means face. And my second piece, boom. This piece right here is a piece we call Abuso. No, I do not know them all right away. It's going to take me a while to incubate the titles to the pieces. The Zulu word that means face. Show and tell, show and tell. This is the third piece. Boom. Title of that piece is Servitude. I was thinking about slavery and property and how we were as a commodity. And this is what kind of transpired. I had one of my people that was watching the show said they saw a lion over here. Wasn't that interesting? So I sure didn't see a lion over there. But I think it's fantastic when people see things. That same face series, I'm going to try to do 10 of these if I can. This is right here. It's called Uso, which is a Swahili word that means face. Then I went a little softer with a more ray patterns. This piece right here is entitled Soothsayer. This is kind of where I am so far in my process. I was working on that same kind of theme, and this one's called Seer. Seer. Then I decided to go a little abstract, and this one is entitled Without Culture. Without Culture. You see, and that turned out to look like a little skull, which was kind of really neat. And then I have a piece so far. This right here is called Weight of the World. Weight of the World. Can you see all that thing converging into that ball? That's kind of what I was thinking about when I did this piece here. And my latest pieces are here. This piece right here, I started working on. I really got into the patterns and textures. This one is entitled Defiance. This is real heavy too. This is like 500-pound paper, so the owner's gonna get something with that. This is really thick, almost like a cardboard. And then my last piece so far is right in here. This piece is called Black Problems, White Noise. Black Problems, White Noise. That's your one time. Till next time.
Well, let's see what's going on out there. Hey, Lorraine, how are you?
I'm okay.
Good.
Boy, that was wonderful. I enjoyed watching you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're getting ready to get you on the screen. I know you have been working and trying to deal with this creativity and documentation thing at the same time.
It's getting real, y'all. It's getting real. The quarantine is getting real.
Hold on for 1 second.
All of the artists.
Oh.
So we are just trying to move things along. We're going to go ahead and give you your space because you've been sitting there for a while. Say hi to Louise.
Hi, Louise. I like your hat.
Louise is muted still, so she's making you silent.
Hi, Lorraine. It's
Hi
always
there.
wonderful to see you and see what you're about to do. So I'm excited.
I am too, because really what I'm going to do is something that I learned from Pancho and really from LaShawn when he had his presentation. So you'll see, I actually learned something, even though, you know, I'm a senior here. I was able to learn something new.
It's no such thing. We learn until we leave the planet.
That's right. That's right.
It's all preparation for travel.
I know, because I was like, ooh, I'm going to add some of that. What was it? That tissue paper, that Deborah. I can't wait to try the tissue paper thing out.
Yeah. Well, that's what this is for. And that's what you get out of the creative quarantine environment, is that you get the chance to press yourself beyond the things you're used to using. And that's the fun part.
Yeah.
You should have fun. You should be a kid every time you walk to the art supply store. Something should trigger. If that doesn't trigger something, then something's wrong with you.
Yeah.
I had my kid moment today.
If you go to the shelf and grab the same stuff every time you go to the store, something might be out of place. But we're going to give you your space, Lorraine. Go ahead and give your presentation.
Okay. When I'm finished, okay. So, all right, I'm going to start with what I did is I painted a canvas black, which I have never done before, I don't think. But I wanted to try it. LaShawn was showing his presentation, and I thought, well, that might be interesting. And then I started sketching, and I'll show you the piece so that you can see it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I started sketching the underpainting, not the painting. And then I really liked it. I said, gee, this has a lot of movement. This is what it is. My girlfriend in California got flowers for her birthday, and she sent me a picture of them. So I thought, well, gee, I'll paint them. But I'm really liking what's happening with the black and white. So what I'm going to do today is work with one of my smaller brushes and really focus in on the black and white and sharpen my lines here. And what I did is I painted the black with Mars Black, which is an acrylic paint. And then I'm painting with oil on top. So and it works if you paint acrylic and then oil. I don't think it works the other way. If you have oil and then put acrylic over it, it's not as effective. So the other thing that I like to do is use the side of the brush to get that really loose effect. And what I like to do is do a variation on my lines. So the lines aren't all the same size. Some of them are thicker, some of them are thinner. And I think that provides a sense of movement. So this canvas is a 16 by 20, which is a really nice size to work with, since I made a New Year's resolution to use larger paintings. And one of the things that I'm doing is I do have a product that helps the oil to dry faster, and it really works. But I also have a screened porch, so during the day, if the weather is good, and like today, I took the the lipstick plant picture that I painted the other day. You know what? I can show you that for a minute. I don't know if you can see it, but it's on a 24 by 30-inch canvas. I don't know if you can see it, but I'll move it over. But anyway, it's looking really good, and I took it outside to let it dry on the porch, and that was a big help. Let me show you that. So basically, all I'm really doing is drawing lines, different size lines, but basically,
That is shaping up wonderfully, Lorraine.
thank you.
And you say this is the first time you worked on a black background before?
Oh, yeah, at the very first time. Maybe, in art school I did scratch drawings or something like that, but yeah, first time.
I do a lot of work on black paper.
I know. Well, LaShawn was saying that, and you had mentioned it.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, let me try it, because, that's what this is all about. It's trying new techniques.
Exactly, Lorraine. Say that louder so all the artists can hear you. It's about trying something new. I like that.
Right. We get stuck in our own thing. You get so used to doing what you always do, and what you always do is easy.
Mhm.
But when you see somebody else that's successful doing things that you have not done, it makes sense to at least try it and see if you can do it.
Well, I think that looks beautiful.
Thank you.
It is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what that's going to look like in the next coming days.
What do you mean? I'm going to be finished this afternoon.
Well,
She's done, baby.
Yeah, right. I can't spend a lot of time on anything.
Yeah, I'm that way too. I have about a 96-hour threshold normally.
Oh,
That's pretty. That's beautiful. I really, really like that black and white.
Yeah, I already have another painting in mind that I'm going to do. Start on tomorrow.
Lorraine
Which is
already
awesome.
moved on.
Yeah, I've done like 7 paintings already. I can't believe it.
Whoa.
Fantastic.
But I paint really fast, and because I don't do a lot of detail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we want to see those
Yeah, I
7.
think this is done. So this is done, and I don't think I want to do any more on it
Mm-hmm.
because I want to keep it simplistic too.
It looks really nice. I really like it.
Well,
Thank you.
we've added Frankie into the mix too. Frankie is working. You know, you guys think that we're all playing. We're not playing. We are definitely working.
Oh,
I see
yeah.
him. Hi,
Frankie's over there
Frankie.
mix mediaing it up.
How you doing, Frankie?
I'm all right. How are you? How are
We're
you
doing
guys?
good. Well,
Well,
Rain, that looks fantastic. We'll be checking in with you in a couple of days to see what else you're working on.
All right. Thank you. Have a good
thank
evening.
you.
All right,
Thank you, Lorraine.
all right, Lorraine. I
Bye-bye.
really like that piece.
Hey,
Hey,
Frankie. Well, since you're on the screen, you might as well take the floor. Tell us where you're at on your piece.
I'm doing, I'm going to ask a stupid question, but when you start a piece, you switch in midair. You think you're going to end up, doing a simple portrait, but then you add things to it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I am. I added mixed media with this, with the hay. I used my rabbit's hay and put it up here. But I did it on this paper. On number, I forget, it's a little thicker than poster. So, and it caught really good with the Mod Podge.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm giving it a little trim, haircut here, cutting it, to go to proportion with his hat. And I'm learning too, you know, uh, like she just said it. You learn techniques in the art quarantine, and I've been working on black paper, white pencil, reverse media. I've always liked that stuff. Um, but I'm learning now, thanks to Louise and you, Pancho, that you can add layers to pastel. And I never paid attention to that. I usually just I start and it's a done deal. Once it's there, it's there. But I wasn't thinking that you can add on to pastel. So I'm still working on his profile there. But yeah, and what I want to do with this, I want to give it more sturdiness. I'm gonna mount it onto this one. See it. It'll be it's canvas size. You can see that. So it'll be mounted on this and added more. I'll add more texture as I go along. But I could have been done with the sketch a while. The same day.
Well, it's looking good, Frankie. Looks like you got a good little start on it.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we're going to check in with you a little bit later and see what else you're working on.
All right.
Yeah, I really like what Frankie's doing. It's ooh, am I making you dizzy yet, Pancho?
No, I don't get dizzy.
I'm taking my camera's going all around.
Well, what's funny is I can't. If I see that too much, that literally would make me dizzy.
Well, I'll make sure you don't see it a lot.
Yeah, that and 3D objects tend to
It's looking great. It's looking great, Frankie. You know, you got it up against that other piece. So when you first came on the screen, I saw that piece on top of it. I was like, Frankie, you been working.
I know. I said the same thing.
Yeah,
I thought the other piece was a part of it.
Me
that
too.
piece I started. That's over 200 hours though.
Wow.
But that's drawn every little detail
Mm-hmm.
just about. But yeah, I'm more than glad to show you that piece.
Well, Frankie, we're going to check in with you a little later on, and we're going to let Louise Cutler do her section.
Okay.
I'll check in with you later, Frankie.
You don't have to rush Frankie off or anything.
No, we're not rushing Frankie off. Frankie's not due till later. You are up now.
This is a pop-in.
Yes.
Oh, that
I'm
was
just popping in.
That's right. If you're in the studio, we're going to pop you in, Frankie.
I know.
You
Concho
just
always
pop in,
Concho
right?
ahead of me. It's like, oh, Louise.
I'm popping in. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, Frankie.
I'm
We'll
glad
check in with you a little later on.
Right. I'm glad you popped in. Pop-ins are great. Pop-ins are great. Now, am I on there with the table?
There we go.
Let me turn this on. I think the sound is off. It's just the volume. All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. I'm always, let's see. I just want to make sure that this is balanced right because it doesn't look balanced right. I don't want it to be crooked. All right. So, thanks for tuning in, guys. I am just over here. Decided to work on a tiny table today, mostly because I didn't feel like cleaning off my big table. I'm still working on that cleaning off my big table things. So these are, I was just going through some of the things that I had because I'm trying to use some of the materials that I already had. And so I actually discovered that I had some of these in one of my drawers. And so I pulled them out yesterday and decided to do some drawing on them. And Pancho, if you could push the little button, it will show some of the drawings that I did, how I drew these out. And that should be on, we should have a little clip of that. So these are some of the drawings that I was doing. And it was so much fun to do them because I haven't done drawings like this in a while. I had moved from this particular style to flowers, and you'll see me do some flowers later, but this was a lot of fun because I hadn't got a chance to do these in a while. And so just drawing those out were just yay. I felt like a kid in the candy store, honestly, being able to draw those out. So I actually went and bought a couple more panels. So I'm going to actually do a triptych, a set of 3 to go along with these particular ones. So this was a lot of fun. And then sitting here, I've just been kind of playing around with them. These are very simplistic. I don't, when I draw these, I like to try to stick with and stay in sort of a simplistic mode, not adding too much to them, not overcrowding the pieces, because these pieces are really about quiet, peaceful. I love to leave the background all white, and that's what you see. And if I make a mistake, it just becomes something else so that the background can remain that one white color. I always say, I feel like the black background is just like the white background is just like having a place to lay one's head when they're tired. So that's why I like to just leave it. And my other thing is I like to allow my negative space to kind of form on its own, as opposed to me filling the whole entire piece with artwork or with different things. I kind of like the negative space to form on its own. Like, I love to see these kind of things in here because to me, that's a shape. And so I don't necessarily have to make a shape all the time when I'm doing work. I allow the shapes to form. And that's basically what I do with these particular pieces, is allow these shapes to kind of take form of their own. And these are just really tiny, simple paintings that I enjoy doing. And anytime, I love doing them with bowls. Anytime you see someone with a bowl, they're either a giver or a provider. All of my pieces that have bowls in them, they are a part of the giver series or the provider series, which means that they are givers and they are providers. Family, they provide for their family, or they provide for the universe, or they provide for different things. And so that's what those pieces are, and that's what they represent, either givers or providers. And I was going through my brushes, because since I haven't done this in a while, I was like, but these brushes, I have different brushes, and I have these are my acrylic brushes, and I have some oil brushes and things like that. But I was going through these, making sure, I was like, is all my brushes here? Is all the ones that I use? And they're not, because I have a couple over on the other table. But I like to try to keep all of my different brushes together. Then that way I'm not like looking for different things. And then this particular piece, I'm actually going to add some gilding to it. I'm not going to do the gilding right now, but I will show you some of the gilding. I like to gild the robe on these, and I do use these straight out of the bottle a lot of times, because I like my colors to stay pretty strong looking and be as pure as possible. So I like to try to use it out of the bottle. The other thing I do, I don't always use water to thin down my paints. If I can match up the colors with an ink, I'll use an ink to thin down the paints as opposed to water. Like this one right here, I sometimes will mix with, and you can see these little, I love these little things. I get these from like thrift stores and stuff like that, because when I use acrylic, these help me to keep my acrylic from drying out from day to day. And so I like using those. I'm just going to use a little bit of that color. I know it's a little darker, but that's okay, because I'm going to make this a little darker anyway. And so I like to use these, because then my acrylics don't dry out. And I find these at like Goodwill stores and stuff like that, and I'm able to stack them with my colors, and my colors actually will keep for days and weeks, because they don't dry out in those. And so I really like using those to put my paint colors in. And like I said, I just go and pick those up from Goodwill. You can't always find them, but when I do, and really they're just Tupperware. They're the old Tupperware hamburger containers. When you used to make hamburgers, they used to actually make hamburgers and freeze them. I didn't come from that generation. It's like when my mom made hamburgers, she used them. She did it with her hands, and she, patted them out, and there was no freezing them. We ate them that day, the day they were made. So these particular containers, these were Rubbermaid hamburger containers, which I'm grateful that Rubbermaid made them, because now they work great for if you don't want your paint to dry out. So I love having them, and I love finding them. So anytime I find them, I buy them, whether I can use them or not. So I do I use a lot of Rubbermaid containers. Especially with oil paint, with my size, I have my size in a Rubbermaid container. Like I said, I use a lot of Rubbermaid containers, because those bad fellas, they seal up tight. Rubbermaid was for real. When they made their product, they made their product. So I just want you to know that. So if you need something and you need to keep it sealed up, get you a nice Rubbermaid container, and it will, it's like sealed tight. You don't have to worry about it. Actually, I'm going to put that in. I have some white down here, so since this is a lighter color, I'm going to put it in with the white. So we're going to put it in. So I try to mix my colors and try to keep similar colors in the same place. And no, I don't always clear the brush off for the next color, because I, like mixing the colors up. I like colors to mix themselves up. So I don't like cleaning the brush every single time. And like I said, these pieces, I don't go for perfection when I do these pieces. I like them to kind of just have fun, do their thing, and not worry so much about whether or not they fit in or all that kind of stuff. Oh, am I talking about artwork or people? You just never know these days, do you? It's almost like talking about people fitting in. There we go. So we're going to use a little bit of that because I'm going to come right in there and just kind of trim that a little bit right in there, and also come down here a little bit. There we go. Add a little more brown to that, right? Add a little more brown. And what should he be carrying? I think I'm going to have him carry a liquid because I don't really think these things too far out when I'm doing them. I think I'm going to go ahead and let him carry some kind of liquid. Sometimes they have, I don't know, sometimes they'll carry fruit or things like that, but I think I'm going to have him carry some form of liquid as opposed to carrying like a fruit or anything, because there's so many different things that they can carry. I'm sorry, I'm just putting my hands all in front of everything. So I hope you guys can see really well. And I think I am. I think I'm gonna have them carry some kind, because you understand water is life-giving. It is a life-giving substance. So we're actually going to go ahead and put some water in there. Normally I have water somewhere in my pieces. Pretty much all the time there's some form of water, whether it's in a basin or something like that. I normally have some water. So we're going to go ahead and have him put some water in there. And this particular color, this is actually a liquid acrylic, which means that it has a similar consistency of, similar to an ink, which I really like. And so I'm just going to grab a little bit of that color right there, because I want to do a little, and that's the one thing about this, a little bit goes a long way, as you can see. A little bit goes a long way, so I'm going to come back in with some more of this blue. There we go. A little bit goes a long way, so always remember that, especially if you're using the liquid acrylics and the inks, because they definitely a little bit will go a long way. And I'm going to add just a little bit of white to that. Just a little bit of white to that. So just right around there, we'll add a little bit of white in there. A little bit more. We'll just do a little bit more white in there. There we go. And we're going to add a little bit of white to the edge there, just to the edge of that bowl. If I can angle it white the way I want, there we go. We're going to add just a little bit of white to the edge of that bowl. And then we're going to whiten up a little bit right here. Do a little bit of white in there. Why not, right? There we go. Give the bowl a little bit of dimension, not a lot. And then I'm going to add a little bit of white over here. My people, it's interesting because the people that I do, I try not to give them like a nationality, but people tend to form their own opinions about the different people that I draw. And it's always interesting because white people see them as black people and black people see them as white people. And so I always find it interesting that people kind of draw their own conclusion as to what color my people are. And, but I have some that are definitely darker skinned than others, but I still kind of like to say, well, to me, they're just people. They're people, and but I think people like to fit things into categories. It makes them more comfortable. It makes them, it helps them to be able to deal with the world, and so they have to put everything in their little boxes. and that way they can cope better. So, but me, I don't, it doesn't necessarily for me to cope, and so I don't necessarily have to put my people in boxes. They just kind of go where they go and be who they are. It doesn't matter to me. I just love them the way they are. I love them the way they are, like a mother would. So, so that's basically how I see it. This one is just a little big. I push it around like this because I don't want to. I'm doing two things. I'm re-angling the brush so that it can have the point that I need it to have, as opposed to being this big round flat brush, because I didn't want the big round flat part of the brush. And then I just want to come in and reshape the head. And yeah, I have a couple of lines here and there, but I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Lines are good. Actually, that looks like a little stroke of hair, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool to me. I like that little line. It looks like hair. So with this particular piece, I'm going to go back in. I'm going to actually gild his robe. I like to do gilding on the robe. So we're going to stop right here. I was working on this earlier, and we're going to stop right here because his robe is going to actually get a metal leaf on it. And I'm probably going to do what I call a variegated metal. Most of the time with the men, I do a blue variegated metal, and with the women, I do a red one. So this one will probably get a blue variegated metal. And when I'm done with that, you'll get to see it. I'll actually more than likely do I'll show you guys some of the gilding here. I'm just gonna clean that up a little bit because I didn't want his neck. I didn't want that going all the way down there. Yes, that's better. I'd rather have it just kind of stop a little short there. It's funny because I hear all of the pop-ins every time somebody pops in. Every time somebody pops in and out,
Yeah, right now we got Karen Clark. We got
cool.
Kathleen just chimed in.
Hey guys, how are you? Can you guys? Hey.
Yeah, doing good today.
So did you get your internet thing hooked up now?
Well, I'm still using my cell phone data.
Okay. Well, you're doing pretty good with that cell phone data, I must admit.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I have unlimited talk, text, and data, so we'll see how that continues to go.
It sounds like a telephone commercial to me.
Now, who are we advertising for?
Say that again?
It said, who are we advertising for?
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile.
Okay, she's
well, I hope they're dropping you a check in the mail.
That's right.
Louise Cutler, we're going to cut away from you for a second, and we're going to, since she's using T-Mobile, we're going to squeeze her in so she can do her presentation.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Okay, so I'm still working on that necklace I started the other day. And I just want to show you what I have been doing. So I took that shape, you see it, and I added a stamp onto it. So I took this stamp and I impressed it onto the gold. I decided to go with the gold. It seemed to look best from some of my other options. So I used that. And then I decided that these beads might be a little bit too big. So I made some additional beads, and I'll show you how that process works. A pasta machine is very much like the potter's wheel with the clay artists, with the earthen clay artists. So I took a bunch of clay. This is kind of a sample this clay that I'm using right now. I grew of age in the polymer clay world, learning that Fimo clay is the strongest clay. Cernet and also another brand called Kato clay are the stronger clays. Now, I think of myself as a polymer clay artist who uses jewelry as part of the medium to create with polymer clay. So I made this sample. I used, like I said, I grew up learning that the Sculpey clays are not the best, they're not the strongest, especially if you're wanting to make jewelry or some containers. But this is a sample, it's a mix of the Living Doll, Sculpey Living Doll, and the Sculpey Super Sculpey. And then I mixed it with some female clay. So the clays can be mixed and blended together. And where's my favorite blade? It disappeared. I used this one. So I took, so you take this. So the bigger beads I made with a scrunched up aluminum foil. And this is another process, another way to make beads. I use this, this is a chopstick. I like the depth of the chopstick because it fits with the waxed cotton cord that I use to string. So just place this on the sheet and roll it around. I like to roll it so that the ends meet and that's this even thickness all the way through. And I don't know if you can see what I'm talking about. Is it clear there? So that the sheets are even. And this one overlaps a little bit, so I'm just going to leave it like that. And then I rolled the clay on the chopstick, and that allows the maker to feel any air bubbles or any place where the clay is a little bit too fat, so you can scrunch it up. And so I'm just going to eyeball it where it's getting a little fatter around the chopstick and cut it off. Okay, so then I take the clay pieces from the pattern that I made yesterday. And I'm going to lay that over top of the clay rod on the chopstick. And then cut it off so it's even. And then here's another section of that pattern. I roll it onto the roll it on the pasta machine, and that stretches out the design. And so I'm just going to lay this section on the clay rod. And roll it till it meets the other side. And I cut it a little bit too short, but that's okay, because then I can take another piece, and use that piece to fill in the section. And somehow it seems the patterns kind of blend in together. Mhm. Okay, then here's some extra of the uncovered clay. I'm going to just cut that off. And then just roll this. And now the patterned clay on top of the base clay will add a little more clay so that the tube can get longer and get as long as you like it to be. The rolling and the stretching will stretch out the pattern, and then just smoosh the clay around so that it adheres to the dimension of the chopstick, and then rolling it smooths out the clay and helps any seams that might be there just kind of blend in. Okay, so I'm going to keep rolling and smooshing it until it adheres nicely around the chopstick. And I can feel that there's a little bit of air between the clay and the chopstick. And this chopstick is bent, so it makes the rolling a little awkward. Let me get one that's, hopefully this one is a little bit straighter. I have a collection of chopsticks. Can you see my collection? And other tools I use. Okay, so I'm rolling this. I use a glass surface. It's really a good way to work with the clay. And a clay maker can also use a ceramic tile. When I teach classes, I take a bunch of ceramic tiles with me so that students can use that to roll their clay. Okay, so let's see how to get this. So, all right, so here's my ruler. I have a ruler here on my surface, under the surface, so that I can measure the length. And this right now, this is 11 inches. I like to have the clay rod be even dimension, even length. So anyway, I'm going to cut a couple of 3-inch sections. Okay, so now I have a couple of 3-inch rods. And then I can use this section for some other kind of purpose, either for a pair of earrings or bracelet. Bracelet, that might be an interesting use of this. Okay, so I have the shape this panel, and I decided to take another section of clay, and I'm going to adhere it to, I'm going to adhere it to this. I think I'm going to position it that way. I think. I have a little more time to make my final decision, but I think that's how I'm going to do it. And then I had some other pieces I'm going to use for earrings. Here's a couple of sections that I cut off earlier today. And I'm going to use these as earrings. The top of earrings. I have a pair of earrings I made a while ago. This pair of earrings, I like the design of these. So I'm thinking to use the 2 squares I showed you, incorporating them into a pair of earrings like this. All right, so I made the rods I just showed you how to make earlier today, and they're all cured. And maybe you'll agree with me that the smaller rods seem to work better on this feature panel than the big rods than the big beads I made yesterday. So as soon as I get these all laid out, I'll hold up the camera so that you can see. So here's what it looks like with the smaller bead rods. And I think it looks better than with the big one.
Looks very, very nice.
Yeah, and so I use the big ones to string around.
Yeah, I like the small ones. I like the small ones. I remember
I think
the bigger ones, but I like the small ones.
Yeah, I like the small ones. So I'm going to use those. I'm going to adhere this, like I said, adhere this section onto the panel. So this panel now has gone through, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 different firings. And I'm not finished yet.
Wow.
So when I add this panel on, I think I'll add it, I'll add the panel on and then finish the back and the sides all at the same time.
That's pretty amazing.
And then once it's all fired, then I'll drill holes into these sections here. And I'll put together these strings, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to do this tonight. So I'm going to use a wire, 20 gauge wire to string these, to wire these, to connect all of these pieces. And then, like I said, I'm going to polish this. I'm going to shine it up so it gets nice and shiny. And I usually use sandpaper when I'm sanding something, but the sandpaper will get into the crevices of this pattern, and it'll be too hard for me to try and clean it out. So I'm just going to use. I have a pair of had a pair of denim jeans, and those particular jeans did an excellent job of polishing the polymer clay. So I have saved some scraps from that pair of jeans I used to polish the clay. And it works pretty good. It works a lot like sandpaper. The interesting thing is that once a person wears jewelry, especially a bracelet, the cloth of your clothing will continue to polish and shine the polymer piece. So I'll use these big fat sections as the neck part around this, the neck piece. And then I have some extra things. Men always ask me if do you have anything for men? And so I think I'm going to use these pieces in a neck piece for designed specifically for men. So guys, stay tuned. There will be something for you.
You heard it here.
Yeah.
Whenever they say guys, that's that we got to wake up because they, I hear you. It sounds good.
There you go.
That's looking fantastic. I can't wait to see what the next step is going to look like when you start assembling it together.
Yeah.
We're going to get ready to move on to Karen Clark.
Very good.
Thank you so much for tuning in today and letting us see what you're working on.
Yes, thank you, Lorraine.
And you wear some of the flyest jewelry while you're working.
Oh, well, let me show you before I leave. Let me show you something else. So part of what I'm going to do while I'm doing this creative quarantine is complete some pieces that I've had laying around for a long time.
Nice. Nice. Oh, wow.
Very nice.
We're looking forward to seeing those completed.
Exactly. I don't know how we would collaborate, but we got to figure something out.
Look at Karen sitting over there, ready.
That's right. Karen was born ready.
I
like that. I like some of the pieces I see there. That's fantastic.
I know. Look, I'm pointing like you can actually see.
I like.
Yeah, I could.
They're beautiful.
I can't see.
I know. I'm sitting here pointing at it.
Which one are you pointing at?
I like the one with the eye on it.
I
This
really
one?
like.
Yeah.
I like this one right here that has the sort of like triangle jagged edges down to your left. Yeah, that one. That's really pretty. I like that.
Very, very nice. Well, we're anxious to see what else you have in store, Miss Kathleen.
Well, I have some heart boxes I'm thinking to use as the use with the painting.
Okay, fantastic. Can you send me a blank one?
Pancha wants everything.
I want a blank one.
You want a blank heart box?
I want a blank heart box. I'll paint that.
Imagine what you do with it.
Now, how well does acrylic fuse to polymer?
I think, I'm not sure actually. I don't paint with polymer, but I can ask some of my polymer friends. One in particular, she has recommended oil-based paint. So I bought that with my stipend. Some
I can see that.
It's called Genesis oil-based paint.
Okay.
And it arrived yesterday.
Ooh,
I just got the sample because
I love to see new supplies.
Oh, well, let me
So this is an oil-based paint. Apparently it's a heat set paint.
Fantastic.
I got some sponges.
You have sponges?
Yeah, I haven't gone shopping yet. I'm gonna wait till my second week for that.
Karen, I got sponges. Karen, you see my sponges?
Nice.
Yeah, I see them. Nice.
I think I'm going to get some rolling, the rolling pins that Karen showed us yesterday.
Those were really nice. Yes.
Yeah, I can't get wood. The wood won't work well with polymer, but I think they have some that are made out of plastic or some kind of other material that will, or rubber that can work best with the polymer clay. But I've been wanting to get some of those rollers for a long time, and so Karen convinced me to go ahead and get some.
Karen, can you send me the link for those rollers too?
Yes, I can. I will do that.
All right. Sounds fantastic, Kathleen. Well, I'm going to let you get back to work, and we're going to see what Karen is working on in the studio today.
Well, she doesn't.
Great. So I'm going to start now putting the rods together, stringing the rods on the wire, so that by tomorrow I'll be able to put them into the panel piece.
Oh,
fantastic. We'll be looking forward to seeing what that next stage looks like.
Okay, real good. I'll polish that too tonight with that piece of
I can't wait to see what it looks like polished in denim. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that over here somewhere.
Polished in denim.
Take care, Kathleen.
Bye,
Okay,
Kathleen.
bye.
See you later. Karen over there drinking water today. What a coffee and Karen.
Well, you know, what are you drinking?
The coffee
Louise?
I left in the car.
What are you drinking, Louise? Louise is looking kind of mellow today. She's got a beverage on the side somewhere.
I got water. Water and tea.
I don't know, but she was yarning, so I don't know what's in that.
Yeah, she's definitely moving a little slower than usual.
I need some of that coffee.
Yeah, she was yarning.
I'll get some tea. I'll go down and get some tea. I can't drink caffeine, so I have to stay pepped on my own. So the water will have.
You need to go to the store and buy you a container of this from the Chinese store.
What is that?
This is ginger lemon tea.
Oh,
and
nice.
It's all in Chinese writing, so don't ask me to translate.
Does it have caffeine in it?
It has ginger in it.
Oh.
Little bits of ginger. You take a 2 or whatever your flavor is, 1 or 2 tablespoons of this with some hot water.
Mm-hmm. And it has some clean properties in it. It has some detox
for your digestive tract. This is agave ginger lemon tea.
I don't think I need a whole lot for my digestive tract.
agave ginger lemon tea. Karen Clark, Chinese store. Check it out.
Yeah, what's up?
Karen,
I
what are
will.
you
I
drinking?
have one right
Karen,
down
what
the
are you
street.
drinking of? What are you drinking out of that bottle? That's what I want to know.
She's the coffee queen.
This
Karen
is
got a bottle today.
alkaline water. I always drink alkaline water when I'm drinking coffee. So
Alkaline,
it's 9.0.
alkaline water.
Oh
I
yeah.
know. She's all fancy and stuff. Oh, did you snap your
That's
finger?
right. That's right.
All right, Karen, you got the floor. Do your thing.
So how you guys doing today?
We're doing fantastic. Just trying to
Okay,
get
well,
the background.
Okay, I'm gonna bend it down a little bit. So I've already been working. So a continuation of the piece from 2 days ago, because that is the process of what I do. I'm actually adding handles onto the piece. So this is what the handle will look like. The face has already been attached, and then I do final cleanups like a thumb rest, wax resist to let it slowly dry. So the first thing that I do once I've added the attachments of the face on them, I actually score at the top. And sometimes I score at the bottom, but if I have enough carving there, I'll just go ahead and do the attachment. I roll out a piece of clay that's kind of like a cone. I tap it down to make sure that it's flat. And then what I do is I actually score the bigger side, because this is the connection that's going to be added onto the mug. All right, so this is what I use. It is watered down clay. We slick it down to make it look like pudding. So there it is. All right, so I'm going to do my connection. Just add a little bit. Don't need a lot. And then I press it on, suction it, wiggle, and so that we know that it doesn't fall off. From this point, I do the cleanup. And I'm just removing the excess slip that I don't need, and then just tidying the piece up, removing any of the brown clay that I was using to make sure that it doesn't show up in all the wrong places. So it is, this is next, pretty much, it's probably 2 to 3 more stages before this piece will actually be completed. All right, so for right now, I'm just going to sit that upside down. So in order to pull a handle, you can do it two ways. You can actually make your handles before you do your connections and then add them on, or you can do what they call pulling from the piece. So it's already connected. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hold that right there so you can see that there's some water right there. I dip it in water. And then what I do is I pull the piece in a fluid piece. So I don't choke it. I actually hold my hand in a hole and pull it straight down, and so that I can get it to the length that I want my handle to be. And so it's just a couple. If the clay is soft, it's fine. If it's hard, you might have to do a little bit more work. So I pulled it into a tube. Now I want to flatten it out. So I flatten it out on both sides, because you have to make sure that it's even. And then I turn it to see how long it is. So I see that it's too long. So I come in, take some of that clay off. And then
Karen,
I actually
you're
look at
high,
it.
Karen. You're a little high up. There we go.
Okay, I'm a little too high.
Yeah.
Okay, here, let me pull that up.
There you go.
Okay, so what I do is I look at it to make sure that it's centered. And once it's centered into the pot itself, then I go ahead and add the attachment so that it's permanently fixed to the piece. And then do the final cleanup. And then I go to the next one. So usually they're all in a row when I'm doing that. So here's one. Oh, let me move it over that way. I'm going to dip in some water.
So Karen, you let them sit for a little while before you do the pull?
I let them sit for about 2 to 3 minutes, and then I pull. So it doesn't take that long for slip and slip to dry on a piece. But what I do is I allow them to slowly dry. So these will be placed under plastic, and they will probably go into the kiln Friday. And so I'm just pulling the clay down to the length of the pot itself, and so that it can do the proper attachment. I hope you guys could see that. Hope it's not too high. I'm pulling down. All right. And I lose my tools all the time, so I don't even know where. Oh, there it is. It's in the water. I want to straighten that back up again because it will wobble. And then I come back in, and then I do the connection. And this is how mugs are made. So there are a couple of different ways that mugs are made. One is actually hand thrown. The other one is what they call casting. And so that means that you cast it. So you create a form for the piece, and you pour slip into the form that you're creating. But you have to do so many of those. So usually production potters are doing those that are doing different techniques or multiple colors inside of their clay, where they're having like maybe pink, green, yellow, red, and so that they can go into the piece to give it some more texture or more design. Or it could be a different angle that they're trying to get, and they don't want to do it all the time. So this is what a handle would look like onto the piece. It still needs one more thing, which is the thumb rest. I like thumb rest because it gives us better support when we're holding it. And I think that has a little bit with ergonomics as well. So now I think I have, I only have 2 more. I've been working on these, well, not all day. I've been working on other things, but 2
So
more.
you have 2 more out of 30?
Yeah, 2 more. And
out of 30.
then,
That's a lot, Karen. Those are beautiful.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you. It's still a few more parts to go with this. The parts that need to happen now is I have to wait for them to dry to do some sanding or cleaning up. Then after that, it goes in for the first fire. Once it goes in for the first fire, then it comes back out. Then this gets color. And then that has to be what they call wax resist. So it will repel any other color. Then it goes back into the glaze for the color of the body. And then it goes into fire. And then once it goes into fire, then it comes out. And then I have to look at the piece and analyze it, make sure that there are no hairline cracks, and it's perfect in my eyes in all ways. And so this is the last one. That's so good. Wow. So now I'm trying to figure out what happens next. But tomorrow I'm working on some angels. And I'm going to be doing those differently for some clients. They're going to be male angels.
Huh.
You hear that, Poncho?
Poncho,
you hear that, Poncho? Male angel.
It's a male angels. Here you go. I see Deborah
male angels
in the room. Miss Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Look at Poncho.
Did I hear male?
Did you hear me, Poncho?
Did I hear male?
Hey, Deborah.
Male angels.
Did I hear the word male?
How you doing?
Yes, sir. You did. Male angels.
Deborah is coming to the room.
What's up, Deborah Shedrick?
Miss Shedrick's in the house.
I'm coming in to see you guys. I'm sneaking out of the meeting.
Well, we're going to let Karen finish up her presentation, and we're going to bring you right in.
Okay.
I'm done.
No, you're not done.
You're not done.
You got about 20 more minutes.
So you better come up with something. Make it up.
No, I got some stuff.
No. Say that, Angie girl. You knocking these things out so fast, we can't keep up with them.
Can't keep up with her. That's why she's coming up with her male angels tomorrow.
That's right. Did I hear male?
They're going to be so pretty.
Did I hear mail? I
Mail
love the
angel.
word mail.
The post office delivers it all the time.
That's not
Mail
lately.
angel.
I was gonna say not lately though, not lately.
All right, Karen, we'll check in with you tomorrow
All right,
and
then,
see
y'all.
where you are. We'll see what you're doing.
All right, Karen.
Take care, dear.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
Miss Shedrick, are you ready?
She looked ready.
She not ready because she muted.
Oh yeah, she's not ready. Look at her. She's like,
Okay.
there
All
she
right.
Can you hear me now?
You got the floor, Miss Shedrick.
Huh? Say what?
It's all about
Okay.
you.
I'm so honored. So anyway, I'm going to show you the piece that I was working on last evening. I haven't finished yet, but I'll show you my progress. So here she is. Ta-da. I don't know if I'm going to put any color to her face, like a dark brown or purple, dark purple, or just leave it black. But this is how far I have gotten.
I love the hair.
Well, really, there's supposed to be a scarf, but it could be whatever you want it to be.
Well, I love the scarf too. I love it. I'm just looking at the. No, I love that.
Thank you. So this is my first time putting painted paper on canvas. It's usually canvas on canvas or paper on paper, but you know, spur of the moment stuff.
Trying something new. That's the whole thing. It's a new try.
Yeah. So today I am going to be working on a small wire sculpture. Remember I told you I was going to put tissue paper on the garment? So I am going to attempt to do that today. So I am going to start by showing you, this is like the form that I use before I get to this part. So I just take wire and assume a body shape. Like this would be her neck, and this would be where her head would go. And this would be the upper torso, and this would be her with her legs. That's how I start these. And then on this piece, I just use polymer clay for her head. And on the ones that are this small, I don't do features like I do with the ones that you see behind me. I just fall in the middle of my hand. I stick it on. I stick it on her body, on her neck, but I stick it on her body after it's been baked, not before, because then I would have to put all this in the oven, and you know I have enough accidents going on, so I don't want to try to blow up the building. So this is how I start my the smallest wire sculptures that I do. And so I'm going to start by covering her arms and her upper torso with the tissue paper, so you guys can see what it looks like. Okie dokie. Okay. So I try to bring in a variety of different things. Each time we're in front of an audience, so you won't get bored with me. So
I don't think they'll get bored with you.
Okay, I got my trusty March and it's thick. And I have, what do you call these little brushes that I found in the dollar store?
I just call them sponge brushes.
Okay. Because, you know, they're like, you use them and you throw them away.
Mhm.
They're that inexpensive. So I'm going to, that was the spoon that I had to hold her with, but I guess that's not going to work. I'm just going to put, I need some gloves on, but hey, I'll go wash my hands later. I'm going to put some Mod Podge on her arm, and then I'm going to just take small pieces of tissue paper and wrap it around her arm. So it's going to be, I'm going to use different colors and just, this is not the neatest, because you're going to get sticky, your hands are going to get sticky if you don't have gloves on, but you see how it sticks right now. Ooh. Yeah. I know. So I'm just going to wrap her arm with tissue paper. So this is paper on, what is this, metal? And I got this wire from the floral section in like a craft store. So yeah, that's the
So it's
basic.
the green wire.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, this may work, and it actually did because I didn't want these to be. Someone's coming in my front door. I didn't want these to be large. Hello. Hey, that's my son. Y'all. Can y'all see what I'm doing? Let me see if I can get another color. So these are my multicolored women. My multicolored women. Yeah. Happy colored.
So how did you develop this particular craft? You know, the come up with the women, doing the women this way.
Well, I always wanted to take my women off the canvas or I always wanted my women not to be just one-dimensional. And so I had to come up with something that I could do without a third party having to help me with it. Because I didn't want to go the clay process. I wanted to go the mixed media process. And from walking around in Home Depot, that's how I came up with my wire sculptures. Because everything that I used for my larger wire sculptures, can you see the one that, oh, this one?
I can see I can see the two over there.
Okay, so those are the second, okay, can you see them now? Those are the second, and the one on, ooh, it's hard looking at the camera. I'll bring her up. This is the first one that I came up with. Well, she's not the first one, but the first series.
Okay.
And so the legs are on wire and rod. So I just wanted to do something smaller, and I'm always thinking about,
traveling.
I'm always thinking about a person may want it, but the person is not at that level right now where they can afford one like that. So I wanted to come up with this series, and this was called my Paper Doll series.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, and I started these the last quarter of 2019. Yeah, I think that's when I started this what was it, 2020? I think it was 2020. I started these in 2020. So I would recommend that if you try to do this, to wear some gloves because these are sticking to my hands. Yeah,
It'll be sticking to your gloves too.
yeah, yeah, that's right. Hey, can't win. The tissue paper has all the power. But when I start to put it on the garment, which is made out of screen,
Mhm.
I'm going to use that little foam brush. Yeah. So yeah, so you see how her one arm is done?
Mhm.
Yeah, so I will do this for the second one. But yeah, so her garment is screen, and I've wrapped the screen around the wire, the skinny wire, and then I've sewn it with wire. So this is my, instead of thread, I use this to sew the screen onto the wire.
Mhm.
And so it turns into a nice little sculpture that came out of my head. And these are my paper dolls. So do you remember loving to work with play with paper dolls when you were
Oh,
a kid?
that's all I played with was paper dolls. I made them
Yeah,
all. Mhm.
yeah. So this is a version of a paper doll. I want to even smaller than this and like put them all in a row on like a canvas. I think that'd be neat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, I can't
So
wait to see what you do with them during this time.
uh, I usually just have them freestanding like that. You see
Mhm.
them? I usually
Mhm.
have them freestanding, or these here. I found something tall enough that I could just, because this is like hollow. So
Mhm.
what I can do is put it over something that is already standing
Mhm.
to make her like, I got my bottle of water here, to make it, stand on its own.
Oh
It's not
yeah.
going to stand on this ball, on this water bottle because it's not heavy enough. But yeah, so I'm showing you how my mind works. Yeah. So what are you working?
I'm working on some. I have a little painting over there. I've been working on. Oh, let me see. Is this it right here?
Okay.
Wait,
Okay.
that's me. Oh, I turned the whole camera around. I thought Pancho had that little painting up. Hold on, I'll show you. But yeah, I was working on. Oh, that's why it's up because I tilted the camera up. You see right there? I'm working on some.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just working on
Is
some.
that watercolor or acrylic?
That's acrylic. That's an acrylic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just because I had to turn my
Okay.
camera around over that since I was over that way, and then every time I come over here, I turn the camera. I'm trying to be mobile. I'm trying to be mobile.
Okay. Yeah, you working with two cameras.
Yeah, I'm working with two cameras because then that way I can have one pointing down, and then I can have one up, and then I can just be over here, and then I could run over there to where I have to push little buttons. So,
You're so smart.
oh, I wouldn't say all of.
You're so smart. Hey, Mr. Brown.
I want to do a doll. I'm looking around the
Okay, just
studio.
go get.
I'm looking around the studio to see what I can use for a doll.
Well, just pick up one thing and then
And keep
it'll
adding
come
to it.
to you.
I made
Yep.
this little head out of some dried acrylic medium that was in a container. And I think
Dry.
I think yes, it was a dried acrylic medium. It was like a regular gel matte. And when I opened my container to check and see if I had any, it was still sticky, but it was thick enough for me to sculpt this out of.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to paint this first. I'm going to show it
Yeah.
to you now so that when you see it later, you can say, that's not Sculpey. That's like acrylic medium.
It looks like resin.
Yep. All it is acrylic medium. I'm going to I left it flat in the back in case I wanted to attach it to something. But I'm going to paint this black. Okay. This might be the face of my doll.
Let me see the back again.
It's flat.
Okay, because you know what? You can even put like some raffia, glue it to the back of the head, and then shape another like oval piece to put on top of the raffia.
Listen to you talking all this. Listen to everybody. Listen to the engineering that Deborah Shedrick has in her head. She's at Home Depot right now telling me what apparatuses to mount my head on. I'm going to paint this up so you can see what it looks like.
Okay. So this one doesn't have any pictures. Huh?
This one doesn't have any what?
This one doesn't have any features, so I'm gonna paint I'm gonna paint her features on this.
Okay.
Or I'll just leave it leave her face blank and take the tissue paper.
You inspired Miss Cutler to go do some more work.
I asked her if she was working. I like it when I'm working on here.
She's been working all day. And look like LaShawn just came in. He's working too. He's doing some of his machine work.
Yes.
So go ahead, Deborah. We're gonna turn our mics off and we're gonna let you do your thing. You can finish up your little section here. I always did love your wire sculptures.
Thank you. So
I should have got one while I could afford to buy it. No, they come out inexpensive and then they go up.
They what now?
They come out inexpensive. They come out inexpensive, and then the next thing you know, boom.
But you know, that's a good thing for you to say that because people don't realize art doesn't spoil. So it's not like you really, the price is always going to go up, especially as let me speak to myself as I get older. Your prices increase. I'm really not doing as much work that I did in my starting years. So, I'm not trying to work as hard. So my prices will eventually rise. So when you see something that first comes out, I think you should make a decision to go ahead and buy that piece of work.
And that's how artwork works. Like she said, it doesn't spoil, but the biggest issue is art appreciates, it doesn't depreciate. Yeah. And another thing with artists, the artists need to look at, if you're charging the same price as you were charging 5 years ago, you got a problem.
Yeah.
That means that you are holding yourself captive to your comfort level, and it comes down to your worth. And sometimes artists don't assign enough worth to themselves, but they expect the dealers and other folks to assign worth to them. So all in the game.
Yeah, and if you get something from me that you think is a reasonable price, it's a small piece of art, but at least you can start someplace. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. You see how they're all in the zone.
I see. I hear. I hear nothing.
Well, you are doing your thing. We got a comment from Kathleen Anderson. She said, yes, Deborah, people don't realize how much artwork costs. Well, we got to be careful how we phrase that because most of us made our careers on people that did. So they don't have to understand it. It's up to us to value and realize our own worth is the most important part of it. You can go from there. As a matter of fact,
Yeah,
we're going to have a discussion with younger artists at some point in this quarantine where we talk about pricing.
true. Because
I
you
just
can't look at,
I just love looking at the screen and seeing everybody working. That just warms my spirit and makes me feel like I'm supposed to get off here and do some work.
come on.
That Queen Mother
So,
Goddess
and you can't
Opulence,
look at how long,
she said,
you
"Buy
can't
our
look at how long
you
you
can't."
can't look at how long it takes an artist to do a piece of work because this is over 30 years of art making.
Mm-hmm.
So things will, ideas will naturally come to me because I've done this, for a long time. Queen Mother Goddess Opulence Rock. No. Hey girl, how are you? She says, buy art, give it while it's hot, off the press, or pay more later. LOL, real talk.
That's the truth. That's the way it
Go
works.
ahead.
I buy all my stuff hot off the presses. And while we're talking about that, all of the works created on the Creative Quarantine will be on sale. We will do 3 sales for the month as people start to get their works completed. And that same adage we just used, buy early, save, but we'll be putting everything up for sale. So looking forward to start putting those pieces online very soon.
Okay. And look, let me get a little real and just say if you see it the first time, you better get it because when you come back and say is that piece still there, 9 times out of 10 somebody already bought it. I get that all the time. It's
And we got
gone.
Miss Buster out there from Richmond. She is working right along with us. She says it makes her feel like she's part of the community. You are part of the community,
Oh,
and I'm glad we inspired you to do some work. You're so close to me, you just need to come to Baltimore. That's right. She's been watching pretty steady too.
okay. Hey girl. So I just wanted to show you my beginnings of this. It's really a glove wearing project, but you can't say I didn't get my hands dirty. So after this process of putting the tissue paper on the screen for her garment, I put another product on. Don't ask me what the name of the product is. I have to go look on the jar, but it kind of makes the tissue paper form into like a hard surface. So it's not like you have to put this under glass. No one's called me yet and said tissue paper fell off.
Hey Deborah, can you raise it up a little bit? Because we got like
So
4
they are
inches
all
of
comfortable.
screen.
Huh?
Can you raise it up a little bit? We can only see about 4 inches of it.
Well, I've only completed to this part right here, so now I'm getting ready to do the back. But yeah, what do you call? You wouldn't exactly call this a hard sculpture. I mean, a soft sculpture. It could probably be in the category of hard and soft sculpture. So this is going to be made to where it can stand on its own, or you can attach it. I put a little piece of wire right here. You probably can't see that. To where you could like stick it on a nail and just put it hanging on the wall. So yeah, my mother said to me, I think my father said it to me once, he's like, where do you get those ideas? If I could just figure out how your mind works. And when I when I took this on as a profession, making art for a living, he said to me, now I understand you. I'm like, oh, okay. So I guess artists have a certain type of way of um, acting. But my other two sisters are I think, more conservative than I am. They're more, um, I shouldn't say normal, because what is normal, but I think I'm a little different in my way of thinking and in my way of creating and my way of socialization. Because I am definitely about the life of an artist.
Well, you are so right, and it's always nice to hear. You know, we're black. We're the Black Sheep Club artists. We feel the world different,
Yeah,
and we fit
I
in the.
wasn't going to go
Yeah, I'm gonna get some Black Sheep Club
there.
T-shirts to hand out to everybody. All right, Deborah, we're going to let you finish up that piece and check out how it looks tomorrow, or see what your presentation is tomorrow. It's about time for Mr. Beal to come in and do his presentation. So we want to thank you so much. It's looking fantastic.
Bye. See you later.
LaShawn Beal, are you ready in the house? Oh, we don't seem to have any sound for you. Okay over there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, good.
The floor
Hey
is
everyone.
yours.
I hope y'all having a wonderful day. You see me, I'm here in the studio, making it happen, making it do what it do. So in midst of working on a few pieces here, I'm tag teaming them and getting these wrapped up right here. Again, I'm working with acrylic paint on paper, actually mixed media. Is paper with fabric adhered to it to give it some texture. And I'm just having a little fun with these pieces right here, right now. They're about pretty much done. I'm just going to throw a little background color on them. And these are pieces I'm shipping off to other artists so they can do some collaboration work. And I'm going to echo what Deborah said about just because you see some of us that work fairly quick in what we do, don't think that has any bearing on anything other than the fact that we've been doing this for decades and really have honed our craft to the point where it's almost second nature for us when we're creating. That's experience. There you go. One. Two. So I'll be moving on to my next two here. Well, let's see what I have. Apparently I'm down to my last one. Well, this should be a treat. You'll get to see this from nothing to something in no time at all. So artists have different ways of approaching their projects, storing their paints, their brushes, all sorts of things. One thing that I like to use are these little condiment containers. Whenever I have some paint, I use a palette as well, but I prefer these to the point that because I could store the paint after I finish painting with it, I spruce a little water in there and put the lid on, and the paint will stay moist for months. And you know the old saying, waste not, want not, so that keeps me from wasting paint. Okay, I just put down some purple there. This is going to be one of my indigo pieces. So we're going to start laying down some blue. So my technique of painting, I like to work from darks to lights to darks to lights. And what I mean by that is black to a dark color, then I'll do some highlight colors, then I may come back and do some more dark colors, and to come back and do some more light colors, but they'll be different colors. All the colors will be different. I work a lot with blow dryer. Allows me to do this speed painting. I do very little mixing of paint. I mainly work straight out of the tube unless I come across a color that needs to be made because it's something that doesn't come in a tube or I don't have it in the tube. Now, growing up, I was told that, you need to mix your paints. It's a no-no to use it straight out of the tube. You need to develop your own colors. Don't listen to everything people say, folks. You gotta listen to your own heart. Let it guide you. Sometimes. Now, bear in mind also, I do know how to mix paints quite well. It is a choice that I don't mix them. But understanding how they work allows me to do this without having to do the other thing. I don't have to mix it because I know what kind of effect I want to get. So I highly recommend for you young artists out there, definitely learn the principles. Today is the day after Christmas, and I am at one of my favorite stores.
Well, I can't wait to see mine in the mail.
Yours is coming to you, my friend. I will be shipping tomorrow.
Yeah, I got a package I'm putting together for you too.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I really enjoy doing collaborations with my brother because uh, we
He said he was shipping one to me too.
Before he froze, I think he's experiencing some technical difficulties.
That's all right. As long as he got those words out, Louise, I'm shipping one to you too.
Oh yeah, I think he did enough for everybody.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did.
Before he froze, I think he's experiencing some technical difficulties.
That's all right. As long as he. Oh, look at Michelle. She's over there putting some mixed media in.
Ooh, nice.
All right. Everybody is in the studio working. I'm working too. I'm just not wearing gloves.
Oh, I thought you was doctoring it up over there.
No, I'm doing some painting myself on my other table. Making more of my mystical masks.
Oh, here we are. Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you.
What? Let me see.
Making more of my mystical masks.
Oh, here we are.
Somebody's repeating.
That's Michelle.
Okay.
She's watching the feed while we're doing what we're doing.
Frankie's down there working it out. Everybody's down there working.
Frankie got the muscle shirt on.
No, Frankie's got the.
Frankie's got the muscle shirt
on.
Oh,
He-Man.
That's right.
I'm about to pass out, honestly, and it's just it's at this time. This is my new midnight. In my brain, I'm up around 7 in the morning, staring at the ceiling, ready to fly, and I'm out like I'm dead by about 9. My body shuts down. I'm just like, and but I'm working on this piece here. It's funny because I wanted to show you another one. Can I show you another piece I was working on?
Absolutely. LaShawn, we're going to let Frankie have a little bit of space.
Frankie, do your thing, Frankie. Get your Chippendale dancer.
Yeah, right. With the pop belly. Nah. So this is the one I was working on. Well, I am working on. But a lot of what I do is more narrative. But I'm trying to tell a story like everybody does. But I'm going to show you one here. And when it comes to the conversation of dollar value, you have brought that up a while back on pieces and how you sell and things like that. This one here, for example, when I came out of my brain injury, I was still learning how to walk, talk, and everything. And I started drawing this piece here. This is pastel. I love, I've always loved pastels. Anyway, it's just the control you have over it. That's what when Luigi had mentioned about different kinds. I'm not partial to is it oil because of it's hard to mix when it comes to or to blend. I have a hard time with it anyway. Blending oils. But with the soft pastel, it's almost chalky. I could do so much. And that was my strength before the injury. And I actually started acrylic paint after 2016. So that's why I tell people I draw, but I like to paint. But as far as a painter, I'm not a painter, so to speak. Um, I draw. And with this piece here, after my injury, I was so tired of getting tested, and it wasn't supposed to come out of the coma, and all that stuff. So a miracle kind of thing ensued. So with this, what I did with this piece, I drew myself, um, basically ripping my head open. I don't know if you can see that up close. Let me bring it up a little bit here. But what I had done with this one was I got tired of testing all the time. I was always being tested. So finally I ripped my head open, exposing my brain. And when I did that, I looked down, and that's me, looking down at the pit stop crew working on my brain to get it back on track, which is why I did a pit stop crew. And I still considered myself, I was in denial, big time denial of a brain injury and all that stuff. So I said, I'm still a work in progress with acceptance of it. So that's why I did myself not fully made. I'm in pieces still, like fragmented, with the scaffold and the people still working on me. So I'm still a work in progress. And that's where that ended with that piece. Um, I wouldn't know how to part from something like that because it's a journal diary. Um,
Well, I believe at some point, Frankie, you always should have some pieces that are personal pieces, that are estate pieces, that are for your family, for your children to be passed down. And this could be one of those pieces. I also think that every artist should have a selection of pieces that are they're expensive pieces. I mean, like I know you don't have a $10,000 or a $20,000 or a $40,000 piece, and you can't sell a piece for that number until you have artwork that represents that number. And so I think that this is one of those pieces that told the story of that particular phase of your life. Who's to say this piece should be sold?
hmm. Well, this was my kind of a diary journal with my day to day, and I'm looking at myself, and I hadn't realized that I had my life over. Excuse that. So if you see it bulging, that's not an extra belly. It's my life alert. And so that was one of my pieces. Another piece, and it's this one here. This is the one here. I don't know if you can see it.
Mm-hmm. Just tilt the piece forward a little bit so that light. There you go. It looks good.
Okay, you can see it.
Yes.
All right. And this one here, this was another one that I have memory of. And I always put some kind of, like I said, an emotion to it. But I was living in Georgia at the time when I did this one. And my inspiration for this piece was that song, Imagine. You know that song by John Lennon, Imagine? Um, and so I imagined no country, just a giant neighborhood. And that's where I came up with this idea. But when I had done this, I started with Jordan. I wanted to I couldn't fit all these monuments, and I didn't really know all of them. So I couldn't fit them all. But I started with Jordan, that tower over there in Saudi Arabia, I mean, and then worked my way down to Machu Picchu down here, where it meets the Kremlin. And that Kremlin, doing that with pencil was so tedious. And back then, I'm fanatical of, I was more with accuracy and proportion. And you had mentioned proportion before. And I don't place so much importance on it now, but before I did. And I'm a detailed person. So the Kremlin itself took me days just to put together. And then it worked my way down into Syria and come up, and then I got the White House with Sydney Opera House down here, worked my way up to the Big Ben clock tower, and the Buddhist Cambodia with Japan on the side, worked my way up into Petra in Jordan. This is Petra in Jordan. And right next to Petra is the Morro of Puerto Rico. Can you see that? The Morro up here. And works its way down the Great Wall of China with the Sphinx of Memphis right next to it, and the, oh my goodness, the pyramids. And going all the way down to the Great Wall of China, and into Turkey, the Mediterranean, and took the train. The train goes across in the Big Apple, the Serengeti in Kenya, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and up here we got Thames in England. Behind it, the Taj Mahal. Behind that, I have in Rio the Christ with a little bit of Greece, Athens over this way. I'm gonna keep going with it, but drawing it alone, this is chalk and pencil. I stopped counting after 250 hours, and it's funny because I use rulers on these things, but to get these small lines, I don't rely on rulers. I use a card of some kind, like a credit card or something, for just a straight line, because all I need are just really straight lines. So I always improvise with just as long as I have a straight edge. Unless it's long, then I would have to use a ruler. But with this piece here, not alone the time that I had put into it, the story behind this piece. I'm in Georgia, had lost everything just because of layoffs, things like that. It became difficult for me, so I had to move out, and well, we all had to. I had to work with this when they shut off my light. When they had cut off my light, and gas when we had moved. And I did most of this piece around candles for the light and with a blanket. And I remember I had sent my family up north, my then fiance with my kid up north. And I remember drawing this piece and just thinking of all of that stuff going on. But I still felt like I had to do it as some kind of therapy. And that's where I came out with this. So when I look at this piece, the vast majority of it, like from down here this way, was done with candles for the light. So I try to get,
Well, Frankie, I'm glad you explained that painting because it's been sitting atop that other painting. We're going to get ready to turn this over to Michelle for a little bit so she can get her words in for today. And we'll check in with you tomorrow to see what you're working on, to see how your piece is coming along.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right, Frankie. You take care now.
You have a good night.
Hello, Michelle. You are muted.
All right, does that work?
That's fantastic. How you doing today?
Doing all right. Was trying different things. Was surprisingly tired. I got
This is about when it starts to kick in.
Yeah, I have to say, I was like,
Day 5 is when you start to feel it a little bit.
I lost 3 hours, and I was like, what? Like, I don't even know what happened. I just looked at the clock, and I was like, I was doing really mundane things like making sure the drop cloths were correct because I'm working in a rented space, and like, oh man. But I was trying some new things. The painting that I have, the painting that I have in front of me, I was really inspired by watching LaShawn's use of fabric and your use of textures. And so I was going through my craft box to see if there's anything I could try. And I found this jute thread, and I looked it up, and it seems that people do paint on jute. So I assumed that means that the thread's probably fine. And so far,
it's perfect. It's perfect. It's a perfect medium to paint on top of.
Yeah, and I was seeing that we were using the gloss gel, and I was like, well, I have that, so I thought I would give it a try and see. And then I added some of the molding paste on the sides just to kind of blend it in, because not sure I was going with it, but I thought that maybe wind. And I was also trying to get away from. I tend to use the same color schemes. I like. When I'm working digitally, I don't as much, but when I'm working in paint, I do have my favorite paints, particularly anything with the word indigo in it, regardless of what medium I'm working in. And
well, I'm gonna step off the screen so they can see up close what you're doing.
Oh yeah.
And you just do a short presentation today so we can get Ryan in, and I got your presentation I can show a little later on too.
Okay, cool.
All right.
I'm also just wanting to show where this was going, so just laying down the medium to act like glue. The jute thread does mostly stick in place. So I've been cutting it in strips and just manipulating it. The one gross thing is there's a lot of grody bits. Keeping it clean. I wanted to look like it was coming out of the wolf's mouth. I was thinking that I really loved LaShawn's colors, and also the colors of the art from the past quarantines and stuff. And I was really thinking about how I wanted to push some of my color schemes so that I can really get those jewel tones out. And another notable thing about this piece is I was trying, so this one's on the aluminum, and it is backed with gesso and then painted on top. And I've done these paintings long in the past, like we're talking like 2013 was the last time I tried this technique. I would do these, like I paint in a lighter color, and then I paint in a watery dark color, and I drop alcohol into it. And I attempted it with this piece with the teal over the white, and it just took it right down. It took the gesso right off. I ended up having to re-gesso these areas. I mixed some of the teal in, so it wasn't quite so bad. But I did want some lighter spots because I wanted some variation. I'm going to go in and I also wanted it to be random because I like being a collaborator with my medium, and I like letting the medium do its thing and then really like working with that as a starting place. Like my animals, I try to be precise, but the things themselves, not so much. And I was also going to go somewhere different with this coyote. Normally I would do it more photorealistic, but I do these tattoo designs on the side that I do usually on the computer. I'll sketch it out in ballpoint pen, but ultimately I'll ink it on the computer. But I really I loved this sketch when I made it, and I thought that it would actually make a better design than an animal, like painting of an animal. So I'm going to go in and see if I can attempt with black. I've got this beautiful black metallic that when you hold it up to the light, it turns gold. It's a really deep black gold. And I wanted to try doing as that I would have done one of my tattoo designs with this color, but also kind of blending into the background. And I haven't decided what the interior parts are going to look like. I might just do night sky inside, but haven't decided. I wanted to see how the background comes out first before I decide what to do exactly with the thing. I know that this is the general shape of the coyote part, but I did want to push those jewel tones. So I had this other, like this lighter gold that I was thinking, I'm going to go over this with the teal again. And then I was going to paint golden on the tips of the jute. Probably going to paint it black first and then dry brush the gold on top, because I find from doing other projects that's how I really like my golds. I like my golds over blacks, but I might not do that for the whole thing. I don't know. I'm trying to be really open-minded and try new things. That was a lot of the point. And I'm appreciating making art that I don't know where the direction's going. So this is molding paste. I don't want to get too precise with the lines. I kind of like it when it kind of looks a little messy. I've tried to control it before, but I found that when it looks kind of like clouds, it can be kind of nice. It's hard to get lines proper, and my hands are a little shaky tonight. That's okay. So scraping out of the jar there. I'm gonna let that dry before I add modeling paste in there. I found that it mixes okay with the medium, but I don't want to try my luck, especially with that half dried. But I mostly want to get peaks and valleys, because when you get peaks and valleys, I find that I like the paint. Adding paint becomes a lot more fun. And I'm curious, because I bet this thread is going to be, even with the gel, I wouldn't be surprised if it's super absorbent. So it's going to be interesting. And I've never tried doing something like this before, so I was excited. I love the look of the textures.
That's the whole idea, the experimentation piece of it. Looks like you're jumping in, you're working with jute, you're working with all of these different mediums. I can't wait to see how that turns out.
Thank you.
You are doing it, and and juggling all these things at one time. You should be a little tired. I hope you get a little bit of rest tonight.
Yeah.
I made the mistake of doing 2 nights, 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning, back to back. And when you get close to 60, that doesn't work too well.
Yeah. Before I had a kindergartner, I was fine, but my kindergarten, like Gabriel wakes up by 7 a.m. and yeah. And I can sleep sometimes, but yeah.
I can't even imagine what your sleeping schedule will look like right now.
All right.
We want to thank you. We're going to check in with you tomorrow, see what you're coming up with and what you're working on. Everything is looking fantastic. We will play your other feature a little later on in the day, and we will see you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
All right. Ryan.
Okay, let's get.
What is going on, Mr. Ryan? Your microphone is muted.
Oh.
I got you. Go ahead.
You hear me?
How you doing today?
Good.
Put your face down in the screen so we can see what you look like in case you changed your hair color or something. Oh, there he is. What's up, Mr. Ryan?
Not much. So it's probably good that I was muted for a bit there because the cricket was on and it was making a lot of noise.
Oh, we need to hear how the cricket sounds, man. You got me all curious. Oh, we got another visitor in the studio. We might as well
I see over there with a big giant smile on.
That's right. She's smiling and supervising. She's texting everybody and calling everybody behind the scenes. How you doing, Rosemary? You are muted.
I'm fine, Mr. Pancho. Hi there, my friend. How are you?
Hi.
How's it going, girlfriend?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm still hanging in here with Poncho.
Okay. All right. You two are awesome. You're beasts. I love it. It's great.
Thank you.
We're just trying to gain momentum. We're on day number 5.
Woo!
Day number 5.
I don't know how you do it. Oh my!
You have to do that. You have to do that Chariots of Fire run.
There you go. There you go.
Wow. Oh, it's awesome. Awesome. Well,
so do you have any words for us? You've been behind the scenes. I'm going to let you get in, talk about our sponsors, talk about what you've seen so far. We're going to give you the floor for about 5 minutes.
Oh, I don't have to take that long.
Well, I'm going to take what you need. You're going to be full screen.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Let me take these guys off. Where's the lipstick? Ooh, child.
You are live.
I am. Hi,
yes,
everyone.
ma'am.
Oh, it's sad to say, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but a friend just emailed me that Jerome Dickey, the young writer, has died. So I just want to, just take a moment here. It's such great artists and creative people, and so very young, has been passing. But on the other hand, I am so glad to say that day 5, we've had some wonderful progress. I am so proud of the artists, so glad that with all the things that could go wrong, that wanted to go wrong, did not go wrong, and we are just doing just great. Our audience is good, very interesting. People are just returning from vacation, so I really expect more people to start viewing. We're going to do some outside promotion. And I just want to say it is just so wonderful to be involved in the lives of you 12 great artists. And I really appreciate it. And on behalf of Mass Development and the Springfield Cultural Council, we again thank you. But you are getting a star act. And I really appreciate it. I love me some artists. So on that note, Pancho, you can take me out.
Well, thank you, darling. We are glad to hear your input. You know you always welcome in the studio. Just kick the door in. We'll find a spot for you.
I'm not coming in destructive now. No way. Listen, you trying to get me to have to put some money in that jar. I'm not on to you, Pancho. Listen. Do you look? You know I haven't had to put not one penny in that jar.
You are doing excellent. You're doing excellent.
Well,
and Louise is muted. I don't know what she's saying.
I think everybody's been trying to avoid the jar. They don't want to be the first person in the jar.
Oh, I'm going to have a week where I fill it up. I'm just waiting. I'm holding on. Look at Ryan's looking at the screen like, what is this jar you guys are talking about? Ryan, we have established a curse jar. This is a family show. You will be penalized $1 for every curse word, and it'll go into collectible by Cash App. Into the jar.
Has curse words in it. Some of it does.
So Rosemary can fill it up really quickly. So we're going to take her out the studio now while she's above her average.
Poncho, I think that's why she doesn't want to come up on the screen too often.
Yeah, and that's why she gets off real quick.
No, I'm trying to do some work and some paperwork and stuff like that and get stuff out.
All right, Rosemary. Well, thank you for checking in. We'll be checking in with you tomorrow. You know how we do. We'll be running this for 31 days.
Let me know what I can do to help and assist.
Yes, ma'am. We sure will. You have a good night now.
All right.
Ryan, you have the floor.
All right. Well, I'm about to run a test on the Cricut here. You can't see my screen, but I've opened up the software. I'm just selecting my image. Yeah, it's basically been going off all day. That's the kind of day I've had where I just kind of sit here. But while it's been going off, I've been I just started tonight. I don't know if you can see that. I've been Mod Podging these bingo cards. to make the sort of background, just to do a little bit of mixed media. So that will hopefully be a background for something cool. Okay, we'll go with this one here. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this into Cricut Design Space. That's the app I use.
And Ryan, for those people that are just watching right now who don't know what the Cricut is, please explain to them what the Cricut is.
Right. So the Cricut is it's an electric cutter. Basically, you've got there's a rotary blade in there where it'll cut any design for you. You just have to like upload a design into the software. It's called Cricut Design Space, and you tell it to cut this, and it usually on average takes about, well, it depends on the detail of the layers. For me, it takes about, like, I don't know, 20 to 30 minutes per layer, just because I work in a lot of detail. But yeah, basically you can just like feed this into the machine and then like let it run while you're doing other stuff, which has been really great for me these past few months. Great.
Well, do you have anything you want to show us today?
Yeah. So this was what I was working on before. See, that's one layer of MF Doom. I was doing a little tribute to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then here's the second layer.
Wow.
So yeah, and this is cardstock.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna be I'll probably be putting that on a record later.
So you mean I could send you a design and we can collaborate on something small?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I got some papers here that are cut 8.5 by 11 that have already got one coat of spray paint on them. So I know you don't work small, but I want you to think about some small things you could possibly do.
I'm trying to visualize smaller things.
Like that guy you did the other day on the bottom of that piece, you can put him on like an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper or something.
Right. I also just pulled out a pad of 9 by 12 watercolor paper a second ago. So I'm gonna try.
I might send you a couple of sheets of the paper I have here and see what you can do with it.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Right.
Anyway, we're gonna.
So is your Cricut running?
Nope, it's about to. You'll hear it in a second.
Okay.
Let's see. Insert. I've got my cardstock taped to the mat here.
We got a question for you.
Oh, yes.
It says, can you run images from Photoshop on the circuit? On your, what is it? What is your unit called again?
Cricut. CRICUT.
Okay.
And yeah, you can. It'll just it'll make you go and use this tool called the threshold.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I normally make my stencils. But what it does is it turns every pixel in the image into either black or white based on what's called the threshold range. And I'm not 100% sure how it works, but my general sense is that like whatever the range is, it's a number between 1 and 255, and any pixel that's lighter than that number gets turned to white, and anything that's or over that number gets turned to black.
So Ryan, is that something that you use as a rule, or does the software automatically figure it out on its own? Is that Cricut software? Or is that another piece of software you use?
You actually have to do that in Photoshop before you bring it in.
Okay, I got you.
So anyway, how big is this? 8 by 8. So I'm just going to resize this to 8 by 8. And then hit make it. And it should go now.
So how easy is it for you to broadcast and do this at the same time?
It's actually pretty easy, I've discovered. I just need to like keep track of my windows on here, but it's pretty easy. Anyways, so here it goes. And now we just let it do its thing.
Can you point down to your Cricut a little bit? There you go.
Just gonna paste another bingo card on here while that's going. Yeah, this machine has really helped me learn how to multitask, which I was not good at before. And I believe what this Cricut lets you do also is like there's a little pen tool you can put in place of the blade there, and you can draw stuff with it too. I haven't played around with that yet, but I'm hoping to. Yep, according to the software, it's 3% done. So like it can take a while. I think I picked too detailed layer.
Well, that's okay. It's nice to see your process, see how you're working on your pieces, and just wanted to peek in and see how you're coming along. How you feeling on day 5?
Actually, pretty good. I haven't finished anything, but I've started a lot of stuff, and I feel good about where they are.
Fantastic. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to let you get into your thing. We just wanted to see where you are today, and hopefully you'll check in tomorrow and let us see what you're working on and how things are developing.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Ryan, you have a really good night.
You too. Have a good one.
I know. So you see, we're not playing. All the artists are doing their thing. Each artist is out there trying to keep pressing the envelope. I got a couple of little things. We got some daily diaries I want you to take a look at.
Hey everyone, it's day 4 of the creative quarantine, and it's 8:30ish a.m. my time, and I am just getting back up. I was up to this morning working, so I did that for several hours and laid down, and I am up for part 2 of my day, and this journey has been so far exciting and challenging at the same time. Creating a body of work in your mind, it goes so much faster than it does in reality. So I'm trying to catch up with my mind right now and get a lot more work created. So today I'll be shooting a lot of videos. I did that this morning, and just documenting the creation of the works. So excited about that. I hope you guys are, and stay tuned. Look forward to seeing you guys real soon.
So you see, the guys are doing logging in. They're doing video diaries. We got one here that's a little cute one. We'll let you.
Here I am getting ready for the night. This is my last journal entry for the 3rd day of the creative quarantine. I was just popping in to say how the day went. I was much more productive today than previous. I was able to take the 2 paintings that I had started yesterday and get them to.
It's nothing like live TV. So, all day we've been having different people come in and doing their presentations. Louise did one a little early today, which I'm going to share with you right now. So here we go.
Good morning. Still a little dark in the studio, so I am live. Yes, this is my official morning look. So other things, a lot of times I'm up earlier than this, but because I'm doing checking all my emails and things. So I have a lot of emails to check. So, and then I'm trying to get some other things done. Not quite sure why these keep going out. I'm gonna go ahead and take them off. I'm gonna close all these tabs. I'm gonna close my tabs out because I think that's what's the problem. Because I'm doing also doing on this one, and kind of showing you guys what other things that artists do, because we do a lot more than just paint. So right now I'm trying to finish up some of the things that I'm doing, because during the day I don't have a lot of time to check my emails and get all that kind of stuff done. So I'm doing it. This is my morning time, and right now I'm playing my live. This particular one, and I'm gonna post this to Instagram because I haven't posted this to Instagram yet. So let's invite a few friends. Let's see if anybody's actually up. So I'll invite a few people. I'm gonna invite a few people on Instagram. What's up, Instagram? doing. So I'm going to push a couple buttons. Okay, I'm sitting here pushing buttons. I have no idea who I'm pushing, what buttons I'm pushing. I'm just pushing buttons. Pushing buttons. Oh, I guess I reached. You can only push a certain amount of buttons on Instagram. So, and I can move my camera. This particular camera, I can move around. Let's see. Does it have me? This one keeps acting up. So, trying to get a different angle for people to see what I'm doing, but this for some reason this angle. Hey guys, it is morning in the East Coast Studios. This right here is the other one. It's morning in the East Coast Studios, and I'm trying to show you guys some of the other things that artists do, because it's not always just we're here doing really cool stuff like painting and drawing and all that kind of stuff. The other stuff that we have to do as artists is we fill out for shows. We have to get things in for shows. Like I have to get in a whole bunch of information to the gallery that's showing my work in January, and I still haven't gotten everything into the other gallery. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I thought I turned that down. Didn't mean to do that to you guys. So you can see I have a couple of angles. I'm trying to show you guys a couple of angles. So me working on my computer this morning, and I meant to be up early. You can see it's dawn. So I'm not sure where you guys are, but it's dawn out here. I started a little earlier, but now it's dawn, and I've got quite a bit of stuff to do. And so I normally work on a couple of things at one time. You can see I have a bunch of stuff like that. And on here, I was just checking out an art show that constantly sends me stuff. And so as artists, we have to really check out places that send us stuff, because some places are legit and other places are not. And I found this Immortal Artist site where you can check out different sites. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm checking out this particular site that sent me something, and they talk about it and tell you a little bit about those sites and let you know if they're any good. Okay, I'm gonna turn this all the way down, but I'm getting some verbs on that, so I'm just gonna check. It's like all the stuff that we have to do. Just wanted to check to make sure that was off. So, sorry for turning upside down. I'm sitting here on Instagram Live and my studio, and kind of going through, because one of the things I wanted to share with you is that in the midst of creating artwork and in the midst of doing and being in our studio, we still have to check all of our emails. And so what I do a lot of times is early in the morning, I come and I check my emails. I go through my emails. I go through see the things that I've missed from the quarantine. Pancho might send me something. Some other artists might be sending me stuff, and I have a couple of emails, so I have to check all of those. Plus, I do the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and I need to get stuff out for that as well. So, and I'll be doing a talk show today, Living Out Loud, with a guest today. So there's several things that are going on. So you have to juggle a lot with your family life. So you have to juggle a lot just coming in here and yeah, I'm a part of Creative Quarantine, and my whole purpose is to create a body of work and get those things done, but also um, getting, I have to also maintain and take care of some of the business aspects of my art life, because artists do have an art life aside from their regular life. And so I thought I'd bring you on today and show you a little bit of what my art life was. And that is having to go through emails and answer emails. Answer emails. Like this right here. I'm not sure if this is something I was looking at. So if you see this one, don't bother with it. So I'm, just have to go through my email to see I know and then just to delete them, because if I don't come through here by the time I do, if I don't check this one month, I probably have over 2,000 or 3,000, and I don't like to have that many emails on this account now. My Gmail account probably will 6,000 emails, but that's a whole nother animal within itself that you probably know, because as artists or people, you probably get a lot of them. So right here is Sculpture News. I haven't checked that in a long time. Sometimes I get things about grants and loans and things, grants and other projects. So, but it looks like they're just typing out awards, but there's also a submission deadline that I'm going to apply for, and then some other opportunities. So definitely want to be up on that today, looking at that, applying for that, because the 15th is right around the corner. And so I'm going to just kind of click off some of this stuff, because some of it I don't want to deal with. And then we get a lot of shared files from the artists that are in the Creative Quarantine. I'm not going to look at those for Collins Nursery. Don't have to look at that. So let's see. What I'm looking for is an email therapy. Because I'm doing an exhibition with artists with the Museum of Arts in Fort Collins. So this was an email that I was looking for. On Thursday, what does it look like? Okay, so this is an exhibit that I'm looking
Pancho, you can't unmute me. You know that. Which is you can't unmute.
You have so many windows open here. I don't even know what I'm opening anymore. It's like we got our main man Sheldon in the house. He has got, look at that brother. I can't paint in the kind of stuff this brother painting.
I know.
I mean, you see this. I have a designated paint shirt. I have one paint shirt that's got paint across the stomach.
I know Sheldon up in here.
Sheldon be sharp as a tack. But I'm gonna let Sheldon do his thing. I'm gonna go back to the paint table.
Sheldon sitting there in white. Sheldon, really? You putting us all to shame or what?
You're breaking up a little bit, Louise.
Oh, am I? Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
You see, I got look, Sheldon, you see it? I got the big mic.
No, if that she's not breaking up, it might be you, my brother, because she's got like really good stuff here.
I got the big mic. I got the big mic. Woo woo. So Sheldon's vanished. Oh, Sheldon, let's see what you did. Let's see that. Let's see what you did with that shade. Did you work on? Did you work on that shade some more?
Yeah, I filled in this one a little bit.
Oh yeah. All right, I like that.
Kind of going with the same theme where they're different frames that are going to have different images inside.
Okay. Okay.
This one is.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Still hollowed out there.
Okay.
This one, I laid a bit of the white foundation on it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I know it's a little bit hard with the light to be able to see everything. But
I like that color. My sister went back and checked out those boots. I told her, I said, you got to go and check out the second one. If you want to see Sheldon's boots, you got to go check them out. She told me, I was interviewing her today on my live show, and she said, girl, I went back there and checked out those boots. She said, he got to do me some boots. I said, well, we already told him he didn't charge enough. She said, don't tell him anymore because I want my boots for the same price.
Well, we'll see. You got my info. You got my 411, so you can send it over to her. She'll have to get me after this 30 days is up.
Oh yeah, because you busy right now, brother.
Yeah, and then at that point I'll be jumping into, some of the Valentine type of stuff and.
Oh wow!
All things Aquarian as well. So that'd be a special month for me to get busy.
Good to do some more,
with
huh?
Artwork. Yes. Yeah, I've definitely made a decision that this year will be a good year for creating, to where 2020 was just it was really slow. Not as far as inspiration, but there was just so much going on, and I really felt like I was, in some ways, even creatively paralyzed, just not moving. I did some work for Black Lives Matter.
Okay.
I took part in doing a mural, which was really important to be a part of that, of course. And but just on my own, very, very, very busy this year, and just not as motivated to create. So that's what I'm looking forward to this year. And thanks to the the CQ Creative Quarantine, we I got that jump start for the year. So
there you go.
And I am going to turn it over to you.
All right.
And let people know what you're doing.
Sounds good. So right now I'm just applying some of the color. You see I've got a face and a figure. I try to let these things be as organic as possible, so that you might not be able to tell exactly where I'm going with it, and maybe neither am I. So we both can end up being surprised in the end. But here I am showing you just a little bit of the progress that is taking place on these couple pieces. There is some other work that I have worked on, and that will be I'll be showing that soon. I did create a couple videos that are in the editing room right now, I guess, for lack of better terms. And some of it is just raw footage, but some of it's got to get some extra background voices and interruptions out the way. But yeah, I'm doing some new things that I've never done with this video diary, I guess it's called, and just willing to take a chance on something that I've never done before. And I think that that's going to be the best part of this whole experience. You don't have in front of you somebody who is well practiced or well versed in public speaking or vlogging or any of that stuff. Yeah, I know we constantly discuss how artists are often kept to self. Don't really like the term introverted because I enjoy the company of people, but this is it's a new experience. So we're all able to be able to come out and do something different than we've ever done. I know I got the late shift here, but I'm gonna be excited to try to connect with some of the other artists, see if we can do some collaborating. I said this month is gonna take off, and it's gonna be gone before we know it. So we gotta all jump on the opportunity. I haven't sent out any collaboration emails. Haven't received any yet either. So I think all of us are I would say pen to the paper, but got our head in our own game right now. So
I think it's all the first week. Everybody's getting geared up for the first week.
yeah, I mean, you don't want to have somebody jump on your ship and be like, "Hey, let's go take a cruise together," and you're not sure where you're going yet. You don't even know where you're going yet. So you'd be like, "Well, where are you going? I don't know. Well, where are you going? I don't know yet either." So, I'm sure by the weekend or the beginning of next week, we'll all probably be to that quarantine place where we might even just be tired of working with ourselves. Like, you know what, man? This dude named Sheldon, he's getting on my nerves, so I need to call up Louise and see what kind of work she's working on. If we can get together, because she's always having a ball over there, and Sheldon might be over here stressing over certain color scheme ain't working right, or
there you go.
Artist block.
Yeah.
Artist block is a real thing.
It definitely is. It definitely is. And you know what? You can pick up the phone and call any of us if you need the chat, and we can call any of us. But yeah, most people haven't sent. Everybody has has been wanting to send stuff out for collaboration, but I think for the most part, nobody sent their collaboration pieces out yet.
Yeah, and I won't lie. I got a little bit of hesitation about the sending portion, because if things aren't being mailed properly and aren't being handled and received, you don't want to work on something and be halfway through with it, send it out, and then it take till March to get there.
I know.
I'm still waiting for stuff from months ago.
So if you collaborated with somebody, who would you be interested in collaborating with?
Honestly, I came into this with the idea that I was going to collaborate with everybody.
Oh, wow.
Even if it was just on sharing some ideas that we can do our own interpretation of something. Like I mentioned, I have a few ideas, but then I also have some sketches. I've been working in my sketchbook a little bit, and I have no problem. Usually I would, but in this case, I don't have any problem with sharing what I have with my fellow quarantiners.
Oh, okay.
Is that a word, quarantiners?
Well, we just made it up. We've learned over the last few days that we can make up words if we want to.
Yes. I heard a nice word today, and I hope that word sticks to all of us in our work, and that's virality.
Virality. Okay. Okay. Virality. You have to come up with a meaning for it.
Oh, well, the meaning is, well, I'd have to use it in a sentence to say that maybe if everyone that is watching shares this video and this link with all of their friends and tell their friends to share with their friends, this video might take on some virality.
Okay. All right. There you go. All right. So we want this video to take on some virality.
There you go.
So everybody share, share, and share.
Yes, that's what we need. Because that's what we're doing, sharing. So the gift that keeps on giving.
I see Pancho back there busily working, and now he's up here peeking.
Okay.
He comes up to peek every now and then.
All right. Well, I know, this is the late shift, so.
Yeah, you definitely you pull the late shift. You on the late shift.
Yeah, I would say, he's got to check on you since you've been in all this time, and you might be tired or something. We don't want to lose those because Sheldon's up here playing this chill music and not talking that much because he's too focused on what he's doing.
That's right, Sheldon. You have to talk more. You have to talk.
I mean, I
know. I think you're getting better. But you can pop in anytime. A lot of artists, they pop in whenever they just come and pop on.
Well,
and we just put them in. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be popping in the middle of somebody else's session.
Oh no, we change it up. We just put people in as they come in. Everybody already knows how it works. There is no middle of anybody's session. So we like it when other artists pop in. As a matter of fact, some of the artists like it when other artists pop in.
See, and I probably would do more of that if it was, on the night shift like this. If you just left it running, shoot, you would catch me hopping in all the time, just seeing what's up and who's watching, and we need somebody who's got that late shift in them. From what you told me, is you're what time zone are you in?
I am in Colorado Mountain Time.
Woo!
So it's about to be 8 here, but it's what time there?
9:45.
Yeah, you guys are in. Yeah, you definitely pulling a late shift out there. Yeah, so see, it's still mildly early here.
Well, see, the thing is I'm just getting started, so this is how.
Then we should have you up here so you could pull the late shift.
Yeah.
You could bring artists in on the late shift.
But I ain't the most tech savvy when it comes to all the stuff that you do online. You done rescued a few people, and I am one of them. So
it's just a matter of sitting back and learning. Pancho and I have done a few shows together, so we just kind of go hand in hand.
Oh, on the journey together.
That's right. You never know. We just met each other in what was it, February, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So, well, I'm gonna let you keep talking and sharing.
Sounds good. I don't know if see, this light is a little. Oh, we got a little bit of brown coming through. See a little bit there. Yeah, this is it's interesting and it's fun as well. But now without a challenge, because this is not the I don't want it to sound like I'm complaining in any way when I say that this is not the normal way that I would be creating, but I have yet to do something large, and that's what I enjoy doing, is really large pieces. So this is not with my comfort zone, just working small time. I would say small time, but just on a smaller scale. And
Well, that's really what this whole thing is for, man. It's about pressing the boundaries a little bit. So you get to work whatever size you want to work, bro.
yeah, I gotta get the. I don't really have.
Everybody's going through that phase. This is week 1, so everybody's trying to get gassed up and get their momentum going. And some folks are having their challenges, and some folks are easing into it. But I think by the time we get to next week, things will be smoothed out a little bit more. Also, artists all underestimated being able to present themselves, which is a big part of this. When we went virtual, we were kind of forced. Our hands were forced in order to make this project go down. So that's another big piece too, is the connectivity. But I think what we did in the process is, man, we got a legion of folks out there already watching what we're doing. And it's going to really assist us as we get further into the project. So, yeah, you part of the night shift. What if you had a dream time to present yourself? What time would it be?
Midnight.
Hey, well, I tell you what's going to happen. I think that once we get really going well and people, we got some little more learning curve to do with how to get the videos and stuff in and load it, because these videos are large. Once we start getting content, we could possibly end up doing a show that's 8 to 12 hours long. And we envision being able to do that at least a few days during the quarantine as we really get into some momentum. So,
we gonna midnight shift him.
Yeah, well, if he likes midnight, and that's why I put him in the 9:20 slot, because he said he likes to work late. You said you like to work early, but that hasn't happened yet.
Who?
You. I got you on the early shift.
Hey, I am
If you had a dream time, what would it be?
Me?
Yes, ma'am. And please give it to me in Eastern Standard Time.
Hey, I can't do all that. You want me to
If you had to pick out a dream time, what would it be?
I don't know. I'm every woman.
Oh Jesus! We just lost our feed. We just lost our feed.
I can't hear you.
No, I'm trying to think what would be a good time, because
Oh man.
I think you are the earliest person because of your time zone.
I am. I'm early. No, because I do. I live stream. Today I live streamed at 7 this morning. Yesterday I live streamed at 7. And because
this is the longest answer to the dream spot.
So I guess it would be in the morning. It would be like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. 7, 8 o'clock. Because that's late for you guys. That would be 9 for you.
All right. Well, we'll keep that in mind when we do that 12-hour show.
Yeah, when we do the 12-hour show, I am.
We're going to do a mega show. In the mega show, we might show videos from some of the earlier parts of the show. But we'll figure it out.
Well, because that would be fun, because then we'll see the difference.
Yeah.
And how all the artists were creating and how they were not creating. I just realized I don't have a whole lot of light on me today. Unless I get this close.
Well, I'm gonna chime out. I wanted to just say hi to Sheldon and see how he's making out. He's our honorary night shift guy since he said 12 midnight. 12
midnight. I can't wait till we pull those all-nighters. I can't wait to pull an all-nighter.
Well, that's not that bad. It'll be 10 o'clock. That's only 2 more hours.
Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna put Sheldon in that 1 to 2 in the morning or 3 or 4 in the morning. That late night.
I tell you what, once we get some content, we'll be able to do that for sure.
Look, no. And then we're gonna go to sleep and see how have Sheldon hold it down.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Well, I think he'll be able to hold it up.
Sheldon Sheldon might put on some of that music and be like, boo, 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 boo.
Oh no, yeah, I got my music here. I got a little something here.
Well, don't play it too loud because we don't need them flagging us.
Yeah, that's the only thing about the music.
Just give credits to we're
no, that's not how it works. As a matter of fact, music playing while you broadcast actually messes with your sound. So it doesn't help. I know it helps to groove.
High volumes.
Yeah. So you might have to figure a way to pipe your music in while you talk or something.
Yeah, I think next time I'll have that prepared. But
So the shades. How many? How many do you have there?
I've got 3, and I think I got four that I have like a base coat on. And I got 2 more over here that I haven't even started on. That I'm probably just gonna go in just with some detail and not do a background on. But yeah, I'm just doing some layering here. I know it's so small there, but it's kind of
well. It's perfect warm up stuff, and it's the kind of stuff that we can check back in with you, and people can see your progress on it. So
yeah,
we're just gonna ease on off and let you do your thing. We'll hopefully in the next couple of days, as you gain your momentum, we'll be able to see some other things that you're working on.
Yeah, this is great. Like you said, great for starters, and then I'll be progressing from there. So I will be feeling more confident and looking more like a pro by the end of the month.
Well, everybody's kind of in the beginning stage, so you're right where you need to be right now, brother. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and get back into your thing. We will check in with you tomorrow.
Sounds good. And
all right,
and I'll get those videos. I've been doing a little bit of editing, but as you know, I've been having to learn the editing. So
no problem. We'll give you the spot where you can upload them. Just remember not to make them too big, because that's what the problem we're running into now. But we're going to send an email out to everybody on easier uploading.
So what would the recommended size be?
Under 200 megabytes.
All right.
And then you can make them with 25 minutes long. And if you got a long one, break it up.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, Sheldon. You have a good night, my friend.
All right, y'all. Enjoy. Have your dinner. Get your rest. And I'll see you back tomorrow on the night shift.
All right.
All right.
So yeah, everybody's been working. Everybody's in the studio trying to get their things done and started. Actually, I am going to be the night shift tonight because I got another part of my presentation from earlier that I'm going to show you. And so hopefully you all will, those of you that are hanging with us, can keep it going. Let me see where we got. So if any of you got questions, we still got some folks that's still on and watching what we're doing. This is a good time to ask questions. You can ask any artist questions throughout any point of the show. We are really happy with the amount of response we've gotten so far. So meanwhile, I'm going to show you
questions. Did you get the question? Did Ryan get that question about the Photoshop with the circa?
Yes, he did.
Okay. All right. Cool. Rosemary.
So what's going on? Are you working? Are you just DJing? Are you just MCing? Are you just
I'm DJing, but I'm about to go downstairs and have me some dinner. But no, I'm going to do some time lapse tonight on these pieces. So I got that all set up and ready to go once I finish having some dinner. But this is
have your dinner. I got a little late snack. I'm going to go ahead and put this up, and then we're going to let the late show start.
As artists, we still got to get out of our comfort zone. We get into a crutch on what works for us. You you learn a certain amount of skills and technique, and then all of a sudden you find your style, or your style finds you, and then sometimes we get caught in a rut of that thing rather than continuing to press. And I've met quite a few artists that have pressed themselves and pressed themselves and pressed themselves. So the quarantine really encourages that, to get away from that complacent space, that crutch you use to do what you do, and to completely take the platter and turn it upside down and just come from a different perspective because you can. Always trying to be careful not to put too much information in. You know, if you want things to be loose, you got to leave them loose. Sometimes you get too carried away, and sometimes every now and then it's just the right amount of information. So I think it's a happy balance of trying to find what that is. I know that I need to most of the artists have already gone on their shopping sprees. If they're picking up their supplies and stuff like that. And I've been trying to use what I have first before I go picking up a bunch of stuff. But every now and then, you just want to go. I need to go get me some paper. I don't know why I did that. I was shooting for something a little more subtle than that. So I'm gonna take some little bit of unbleached titanium white. Dial it down a little bit. It's not so harsh. Let it breathe.
Might do something different. So one part of me wants to just say, Pancho, stop. Experimental. It's not, you're not shooting for the stars, the stripes, the bells, the whistles. You're trying to force yourself into looking at forms and color, create an environment, and move on. I think that's where we're at. I'm going to probably just do a few more little things here to tighten her up, and then we're going to move on. She's already got her own attitude. You know, the thing is, painting and being stylized, you leave you room for doing a few things different. So that's what we're doing. I don't have another piece like this. It's doing quite what she's doing with the attitude that she has. And I guarantee you, the person that acquires this piece, that's going to be one of the reasons why they get it. Her attitude. At this point, I'm just really just playing with some color, bouncing that turquoise, that cobalt teal, as they call it, hitting it in a couple spots, just enough to make it pop. Remember, that was started off on the really earthy looking colors, and then we then changed the whole scheme by the way we dealt with that. So I'm just looking for high points, stick that blue on. So you gotta put that brush right on the side and let it grab some edges of some stuff. And try not to overdo it, like I just did. You know, you want to keep a lot of paint on your brush because it can feel those high points. And the high points actually make the picture. I think I have reached a point where I can say, stop. Because what happens, sometimes you add so much color that you almost got to die it back down again and start back up and die it down again. And I think I am slowly reaching that point. All right, I think I have reached that point where you got to let it rest. I think I'm at a resting point. They say the most important part of doing a painting is knowing when it's finished. Know when you've put enough or not enough. For what I was shooting for, I think I got enough information in here. I want these to be kind of loose. I'm always fighting being too tight with my work. This piece accomplishes that. I don't know what I'm going to call her yet. Because she doesn't look defiant, but I have it in my head. So that might be her title, Defiant. You know, I like that little space down in there, that little dip. So I think I'm going to go back in and that little area right in there I might bring back in. The problem is I mix so much color. And sometimes trying to get back to that color is more problem than it is good. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to start a little power right here. See if I can get that color up to speed. As you can see, I need more green. I kind of look like a cheat and put some I'm actually pretty good at mixing color. Sometimes I get it right on, sometimes I'm just a tad off. Right now I'm trying to get as close as I can. Got a lot of paint in this brush to matte. It's actually a little greener than I would like it to be, but it's just enough for me to get in there and play with that shape. To give it that little space a different dimension, and I could use that little bit of color difference to create another feel. I could even go down in here and pull that same color up to create a bit of a horizon line there if I want to. And if I want to take my brush and do a small little hit in front of her head, kind of closing that space, bring it back out. And if I want to take it lighter, I can. And then I can let that other stuff behind it show. I think I'm going to really rest it now, unless I won't overdo it. And I think some keep wanting to put a little bit of light down in there. I'm going to go ahead and make that lighter and darker. And then pick up some high points with that. Tie it in. And with that, my friends, I think I have created an environment for her. I'll call her Defiance or Defiant One. Okay, so this one right here, I want to do something a little bit different on it. So I'm going to get a dry brush out, a small dry brush. I'm going to use some black gesso for wash, and I'm going to start like blocking him in. And while blocking him in, this dry brush again, it's a different kind of dry brush, but I want to just block him in enough that I can start putting some detail in on him, but not too much. See I'm rounding them off, giving them a little bit of detail here and there. This part right here, you don't want to be too heavy-handed. I told you, using gesso as a paint can be very challenging because gesso is not very forgiving. As a matter of fact, gesso will remind you that it is gesso. So in here, I want to suggest some anatomical features. I don't want to go crazy on it. It's not really a piece, it's about anatomy. I want him to look masculine and muscular without too much detail. So as you see, we're starting to pull up some details, and after a while, it'll start like mimicking certain details. So I'm not putting that much information down. I can round off certain things. I can give some attention to his shadows. Remember, I'm still dry brushing now, so all I'm doing now is being able to refine certain things that happen naturally. This is this is a style I call paper doll. And paper doll is basically I cut a piece of paper out and I put details on top of the paper and I paste that paper down and collage it to another piece of paper. There's a series of levels. As you can see here, I got a lot of levels on this piece. I got that background happening. So I'm gonna be careful not to put too much information in if I don't need it. I'm trying to put just enough information in. So as you can see, he's starting to take some form and shape without me having to do a lot of laboring his details. And I really like being able to do that. I still need to be careful because this paint, gesso paint, is not forgiving at all. You could be using it and then all of a sudden it's like too dense and you got to go back and start the process all over again. But I like the fact that you have some leeway, and my job is to make sure I don't go in too deep too fast. As long as I don't do that, I'm usually able to salvage what I want to see happen. So the details, they're going to do that with a smaller brush. You know, I don't always draw these types of stylized pieces. Sometimes I just so sketch it in with a wash, and then if things go where I like them to go, then I go in and I tighten it up. In this case, I have enough tonality there that I can get away with certain things. So I play on those shapes. If I want to add more, I can, but right now I'm simply blocking in things that I want to see happen with his face. I'm letting the dry brushing tonality kind of stay and work around it. So right now you see I'm putting a little bit of texture in his hair. It's reading its texture, but all I'm really doing is playing with the tonality of the paint and building on it and cutting into it. And if I go too far, I can always take the other color at that tan and go back into it again. But the goal here is not to get too heavy-handed, to lay down some forms, build up on those forms. Overall, you see he has some features that I did not take time to, force them. So now I want to try to see if I can do the same thing with his hand. I'm just gonna have a wash of this gesso. I'm gonna roughen where I think his finger should go. And then I'm gonna leave it. Now, the fun comes in when I take that reverse color, that unbleached titanium. So I want this piece to look kind of monochromatic. It's not gonna have a lot of color in it. This is where I can go back in and actually add some details, like see if I pull something from his nose, highlight on his nostrils, little line underneath his nose shadow. I can put a little line above his lip, make it harsh. Give you a few lines in his lips. Highlight on his bottom lip. Edge to his face. A highlight on his chin. And just do just enough for you to be able to read, okay, it's a man, it's this is happening, that's happening. Far overkill. Highlight on his ear. And I could even go back in if I want to and play with some textural things with his hair. It's going to read as detail because of all that texture that's on this page. But remember, I can take in and take out. If I put too much in there, I can go back with the gesso and take it back out again. And the thing is, you want to have a good tonal range. Make sure your shapes are defined well enough. and you're controlling the game. See how I let that texture stay in his face? I like that look. I'm just going to mimic some fingers. I'm not going to get deep into the fingers on that hand. But I do have to get a little deep with the fingers on this other hand because it's right over top of his head. So I'm going to rough that in and try to put some little details in it to make those fingers look like they're at least fingers. And I'm now going back in and I'm adding just enough detail to define certain things. And the edge of his hand, with that hot since it's on top of his head. You know, the knuckles defined if you can. And that finger that's off on the side. See, that's just enough detail for me right there to back off. Because I don't want to put so much detail in here that it takes away from all that stuff that's happening in here. All right, so he is shaping up, and I think he's shaping up in a way where this piece is about masculinity, so it does have some nudity to it. I remember when I couldn't do any nudes. Just the notion of even trying to sell one was too much because people weren't ready for them. You know, now folks have seen so many things throughout history, in our current history, that people can handle more. You know, so I give folks an education, and then I just leave it. You know. Okay, so I did a little bit of detailing. I stopped on the fingers pretty much. And the other finger is not really defined the way I want it to be, so I'll make it a little bit darker. But see, now with this, I can go back with that black and define the hand almost as much as I want to. Because the goal here is not to use too much detail. Like I got enough detail. I got some nice little subtle areas happening on here. I might need to define what's happening with that hand over there. Sometimes, yeah, I do have to give a reference because I will be done messed up the poor man's hand. But then sometimes you just got to go in your imagination, and then if it's wrong, you just correct it. So I'm just going to go in there and I'm going to try a little something. Sometimes you got to ask yourself, what side is the thumb on? So you can see right now I got my hand on backwards. So what I'll do in that case is that I will take that whole thing and I'll just go over it with gesso. And then when that sets, I'll come back and I'll try it again to simulate what position I think that hand should be in. That's what I like about using gesso wash. It gives me some leeway. I think I made that too bright, but it's not going to hurt anything. And I just kind of move around things. Okay, so I'm still refining different areas. am now going to, while that hand down there dries, I'm going to pull out some detail in this other hand. Now, I know I'm working upside down, but use the wrong brush. Need something that I can get in there and fake some divisions. Finger divisions are one of those things that you can get wrong really easily. And where knuckles go and all that. So I don't want people to overread that area. So it's my job to not put too much emphasis in that area, but to make sure that I got just enough information there. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not trying to make an anatomical comment on this guy's hand. But what I want you to do is to feel like that hand belongs here. It's only a problem if you look at it and you feel like, wait a minute, man, that don't even look right. And trust and believe. Artists have all done that. Okay, so now I'm going to think that hand down there might be dry, but I'm going to wait. All right, so I got a couple little details in here that's closed up that I don't like right here on his chest, those patterns. So I'm going to open them back up. So those patterns read. Because I don't think I need to do much more with that. I think that looks pretty good. Matter of fact, most folks will look at it and go, how did you do that? Tricks of the trade. If I tell you, I got to kill you. All right, so now I can take some titanium white and just drop it in a couple places that I think need some definition, like his jawbone. So it's still dry brushing, so I still don't want to put too much information there. So I'm going to touch it light, just enough to give it some detail, and then I'm going to get out of there. Because if I don't, I'm going to put too much detail there. I'm going to get me another brush where I could put in, I have some texture areas I can put in. So I'm going to put a bunch of paint on this brush, and I'm going to lightly, just lightly, ever so lightly, come back in there, high points, and if I go too heavy, I can go back into it with gesso. All right, so that's how we do it. Lay down some, take some up. Lay down some, take some up. Lay down some, take some up. After a while, he's going to start really looking like he has some anatomy, and really all I'm doing is fooling your eyes. It's just textures and patterns and a mimicked figure. Okay, so since I had problems with that hand before, I'm going to go in and pick me up my small brush and try to rough me some details in that hand. Make sure I get it right this time, because I had the hand backwards last time. So that's what happens when you're doing stuff that's, I like working impromptu outside of the realm of how I normally work. So I've already defined that's where the thumb is supposed to be. So I wouldn't see many fingers. I would see, if I was doing this right, some details on the back of the hand that give it some kind of a enclosed feeling. And maybe something like that there. It doesn't make you start counting fingers and toes, if you know what I'm saying. see, sometimes you can put just enough information there that it holds it, and you don't have to go into the area anymore. So what I'm gonna do now, I've just indicated where I wanted the light to go. Now I'm gonna go back in with gesso again, like that there, and I'm gonna wash it to smooth it out some. So those wrinkles in the hand, the things that make it look like a thumb, the characteristics of a thumb. I'm going to really play off the edge of that cardboard. I might have taken too much out, but I think I'd rather you go in here and get caught up in that than to go here. So that's why I put less information on this side. This right here will blend perfectly into what's happening behind it. So, you know, sometimes I use wallpaper, embossed wallpaper to do these patterns down here. So sometimes I get paint in the low points. Sometimes what I'll do is that after I get it done, I'll go back and pull my low points back out again, give it a little bit more definition. Got to be tricky here, because sometimes you can paint the wrong one and mess up your pattern. So I'm trying to follow the pattern. I'm not using straight black paint. At this point, it's still a darker wash, but I'm now cleaning up some of those shapes. And as you can see, that whole side kind of opened up a little bit. I'll follow suit on the same side over here, same thing. I'll just put some of the low colors back in. If I mess it off, I just wipe it off, because it's just a high point. So the high points are still cleaned up pretty good right now. And I'm not using straight gesso, because if that was straight gesso, I wouldn't have been able to wipe it out. I'm basically washing those details back in just to close them up a little bit. If they need more, I can just make them darker. But for right now, I'm more interested in just smoothing them out a little bit. And I think that's just enough right there for me to leave it alone. So I'm looking at my edges. Some of my edges look sharp. Some need it, like that little line right there on the front of that thigh. I'm gonna leave that there. I think you're gonna need room to delineate what's happening with him. Now, this is where you gotta make your mind up. Do I put enough detail there or not enough detail there? I think I'm gonna put just enough there and get out. Because if I don't, I'll put too much information there. And then the more information I put there, the more eyes go to that spot. Doing a lot of pieces about the image of the man. Put enough. We're always the center of why things are wrong in our community, usually in the eyes of the world and sometimes even with our women. We'll talk about the guys that don't take care of their families, but we almost never talk about the guys that do. I'm one of those guys that took care of my kids, and kind of understand how it works and why we faced with some of these same stereotypes over and over again. I think we have to start recognizing the people who have done right and really stop talking about the ones that have done wrong. Okay, at this stage, I'm asking myself, okay, what do I have enough information in? What do I don't? Do I need to put more? I'm watching this gesso because the gesso it gets darker if you let the water run out. So I'm using a lot of washes right now, as you see. Put a little detail in that chin. I'll wash it back out so that it doesn't get too restricted. I'm going back in now and adding some detail spots to it. I'm not overworking it at this point. The only area that I'm concerned about right now is there's a little bit of an area right in between his neck and his forehead. But my brain is saying, don't put it in there, because if I do, it's going to be too much. So what I'm going to do is err on the side of caution, and I'm going to go in there anyway. Now, before I do that, I need my dry brush, my big dry brush. I think what I want to do is, since titanium white is not really straight white, I think that I could add some straight white and it won't be too harsh. For instance, the area where it looks like it's a sun behind his head, I might try to hit some color, some white, just in the high points again. That's me trying to dry this brush out as much as possible. If I'm not mistaken, this is, I don't know if it's a synthetic or animal hair, but in any event, it's probably one of the better brushes I have around here for doing dry brushing, especially the technique. Okay, so I got some high points here that are circular. So I'm going to hit those, as much of those as I can hit, to bring them back up. And what's going to happen is, it's going to add some motion and some light back into the piece again. So I'm just aiming for high points right now. I'm not trying to overdo it. And I see how that just added just a little nuance, but not too much. Well, that's what I'm shooting for. I'm not going to go anywhere else with that. Might hit a couple of spots just as a highlight reference, but I don't think I want to do too much more, because too much more is going to draw too much attention to that area, and I still want it to be, I want it to read as a monochromatic piece. So that's what we got. I'm feeling relatively good with that because it's creating some drama. So I'm going to go back in now, and a few areas I think need some tone. I'm going to put that tone back in. Got a couple areas like right here around this finger. I can put that in there. I can cut around at the tip of those fingers a little bit. Right now I'm putting back paint that I think can be informational. Okay, so around those fingers, this little space right underneath his neck. I don't want to put too much in there, but I want to put some information back in there so we can see the front of his neck and his chin area. But I don't want to overdo it. I think I may have, but just try to give it just enough and then get out of there. I also see another area right in front of his forehead that could use a little love. So I'll come back in there. Let that black show through again. Don't overdo it. And I think his arm shape can be tightened up a little bit too, by coming in there a little bit. And that's it. Now, the outside of his arm doesn't really have definition. And I don't want to put too much information there, but I think that arm should at least have some shape. So I'm going to put that back in. And you see how I just goofed up a little bit, and I'm just hitting it and forgetting it. 2. Things are moving smooth for the most part. Artists are getting settled in. They're really trying to get their momentum started. A couple of the artists have really jumped out and started doing some things. I was so impressed by Karen Clark and her process today. It's time for me to really get some rest. That's probably my biggest challenge, is trying to regulate my rest. I'm not I'm not an old man yet, but I'm getting there quick. Yeah, the 24-hour thing just don't work for me much like it used to. So that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to get ready to call it a day and to get out of here.
And that's it, y'all, for this evening. We're going to get ready to sign off so y'all can see us tomorrow.